Hi guys. Tonight we step quietly into the crowded, shadowed lanes of a city that never truly sleeps, even when it has every reason to. The year is 1776, and the air in New York carries the damp chill of the harbour, the faint, persistent smell of wood smoke from 1,000 hearths, and the low hum of life packed tight between brick and timber. You're standing on a cobbled street as dusk settles, hearing the last calls of the oyster sellers, the creak of a tavern sign in the wind. It's the kind of scene that looks picturesque in a history book. But if you had to actually live here, to wake and work and find your joy within these narrow confines, you'd discover quickly that your greatest challenge wasn't distant political drama. It was the relentless, quiet exhaustion of the everyday and the desperate, ingenious lengths people went to just to feel alive within it. You probably won't survive this. Not because of a musket ball or a winter famine, but because you've forgotten how to make your own fun, how to find light without flipping a switch, how to carve a moment of pleasure from the raw, unyielding stone of mere survival. So before you settle in, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if these journeys into the human past genuinely resonate with you. And as you're listening right now, feel free to drop your location and the local time in the comments below. It's always fascinating to see where in the world, and in what hour of your own day, you're stepping back into the ordinary, extraordinary world of 1776. You wake not to an alarm, but to the sound of your own breathing in the dark, and the weight of the day already settling upon your chest before you have even opened your eyes. The room is cool, the air carries the persistent damp smell of the nearby river and the timber of your trade. Somewhere outside, the city of New York is beginning to stir, a low rumble of carts and voices that seeps through the walls of your small rented room near the East River docks. It is 1765, and you are 28. Your hands are a map of your life, calloused and stained from the work of a joiner's apprentice. Soon you hope to be a master craftsman yourself. You share this cramped space with your wife and 2 young children. Their soft sleep sounds a reminder of the responsibility that anchors you. The concept of leisure, of entertainment as you might dream of it, does not exist here. There is no time carved out and labelled for pleasure. What exists instead is something quieter, more woven into the fabric of survival. It is the momentary pause, the shared glance, the collective exhale stolen from the relentless demands of existing in a city of 25,000 souls. A bustling, messy, growing port where the old world's strictures grind against the new world's raw energy. Entertainment here is not the pursuit of happiness. It is the finding of breath within the struggle. It is the resistance against a life defined solely by dawn to dusk labour, by the strict moral gaze of fading Puritan sensibilities, by the sheer physical exhaustion of building a life with your hands. The city is a theatre of contradictions. From the pulpits, preachers still speak of idleness as the devil's playground, their voices echoing the stern faith of the founders. Yet, all around you, the very nature of the port creates a different reality. Sailors from a dozen nations spill wages earned from months at sea. Merchants grow wealthy from sugar and rum and human bondage. A new class of artisans and shopkeepers, people like you aspire to be, begins to desire more than mere subsistence. The city hums with a tension between the virtue of work and the human craving for release. Pleasure is often viewed with suspicion, something to be earned, justified, or taken in shadows. Your day begins in the dark, groping for heavy work clothes that smell of sawdust and sweat. Your wife is already moving, stirring the embers in the hearth for the morning gruel. The children sleep on, tangled together for warmth. As you pull on your stockings and sturdy leather shoes, you think not of amusement but of the tasks ahead. The lead carpenter expects you at the shipyard by full light. Yet, even in this routine, the first whispers of what passes for entertainment emerge. It is in the familiar cadence of your wife's movements, a rhythm you find comfort in. It is in the way your younger son mumbles in his sleep. A nonsensical story that makes you smile in the gloom. This is the foundational layer, the pleasure of pattern, of predictable safety amidst uncertainty. You step outside into the narrow, muddy lane. The sky is just beginning to pale over the rooftops. The city sounds are not yet a cacophony, but a collection of distinct threads. You hear the rhythmic slap of rope against mast from the docks, a work sound that will continue all day. But you also hear a milkmaid's distinctive call, a melodic two-note song that cuts through the morning chill. A neighbour, a porter, nods to you as he passes, a silent communion of men about to start the same daily grind. This is another form of the city's entertainment, the free theatre of the street, the human connection, however brief, that affirms you are not alone in this. As you walk toward the shipyard, passing taverns already open for the early trade of sailors and labourers, you catch snippets of song from within, a mournful ballad about a lost love sung off-key but with feeling. The sound is not from a stage. It is raw, immediate, a man filling the space with his voice, because he can, and because others might buy him a drink for it. You do not go in. Your pennies are counted, reserved for rent and food, but you carry the sound with you. It reminds you that within these walls, later, men will argue politics, share outrageous lies about their travels, and find a fleeting sense of camaraderie in shared tankards. This is entertainment built from necessity. It requires no ticket, no special clothing. It requires only presence, and the small price of a drink, or sometimes just the willingness to listen. You arrive at the shipyard, the great skeletal ribs of a merchant vessel rising against the sky. The work is hard, precise, demanding every ounce of your focus. Yet, even here, amusement is woven into the labour. The master shipwright might tell a crude joke to ease the tension of a difficult fitting. The apprentices, yourself included, develop a secret language of glances and gestures, mocking a slow-moving foreman or a pretentious merchant inspecting the work. The rhythmic strike of a dozen mallets becomes a kind of music, and sometimes a man will start a work shanty, a song with a beat meant to coordinate the pulling of a great beam. The song makes the burden feel lighter. It transforms the act from solitary toil into collective effort. This is perhaps the purest form of entertainment you know. It is not separate from work. It is the spirit injected into work to make it bearable, to create a shared identity among those who labour. Later, during a brief pause to sharpen a tool, you watch a street vendor outside the yard's fence. He's selling hot oysters from a steaming bucket, but he's also a performer. His voice rises and falls in a patter about the sweetness of his wares, the freshness from the bay. He tosses an oyster shell in a high arc and catches it behind his back. A few dock workers laugh and clap, and one tosses him a penny. The vendor bows. It is a transaction, but also a moment of spectacle. It lasts less than a minute, and then the men return to work and the vendor moves on. This is the ephemeral nature of it. Entertainment happens in flashes, in the margins. It is not scheduled. It appears like a patch of sun through clouds, and you learn to appreciate its brief warmth. By the time the sun begins its descent, your body aches with a familiar fatigue. Your mind is dull from concentration. The walk home is slower. Now you pass different scenes. You see a group of boys, your son's age, rolling a wooden hoop down the street with intense concentration. Their game is simple, the equipment handmade, their laughter sharp and clear. You see two men playing at quoits outside a tavern, throwing iron rings at a stake. A small circle of men watch, making quiet bets of a penny or a pint. It is a game of skill, but also a social ritual, a way to be together without the pretense of conversation. You arrive home. The evening meal is a quiet affair. The firelight is precious, too costly to waste on mere frivolity. But after the bowl is wiped clean, your wife might bring out her mending, and you might sit with a pipe if you can afford the tobacco. In this quiet, entertainment becomes intimate. She might hum a hymn she heard last Sunday. Your eldest child might ask for a story, and you will recount not a fairy tale from a book, but the day's small events. The funny way the horse spooked at the vendor's cart, the strange colour of a new bolt of cloth you saw in a merchant's window. You embellish, you give the horse a personality, you make the cloth sound like the robe of a king. You're creating a narrative from the mundane clay of your life. and in the wide eyes of your child you see the magic take hold. This is creation. This is the most personal entertainment of all. As you finally prepare for sleep, the city's sounds change again. Raucous singing spills from taverns. The watchman calls the hour. Somewhere a fiddle plays a quick dancing tune that seems to mock the night's darkness. You lie in the dark, listening. You think of the strict Sabbath to come, a day where even this simple joy of music might be frowned upon. You think of the coins in your locked box, too few to allow for many visits to the tavern or the gaming table. You understand the limits. Entertainment is a luxury bounded by time, money, and morality. It is a fragile space you carve out for yourself. So before you drift into a sleep you've earned, consider this. In a world without electric light to push back the night, without screens to deliver endless distraction, without the concept of weekends or vacations, where does joy reside? What shape does happiness take when it must be forged from the very materials of daily survival? When it is found not in escape from life, but woven so deeply into its hardship that the two become inseparable? The answer is here, in the song that lightens the load, in the shared story by the fire, in the nod of a neighbour, in the brief, brilliant skill of an oyster vendor. It is small, it is fleeting, it is often bittersweet, but it is everything. Now close your eyes and listen to the fiddle music fading in the distance. It is a signal. The day's work is done, and for a few hours the city belongs to a different kind of labour. The labour of forgetting, of connecting, of simply feeling alive in the crowded, stinking, vibrant darkness of 1765. The darkness begins to soften at the edges, not with the sudden glare of a switched bulb, but with a gentle grey seepage around the shutters. You're already awake. The body's clock, set by a lifetime of sun and necessity, is more reliable than any chime. Beside you, your wife sleeps with the profound stillness of one who will be in motion from the moment her eyes open. For now, there is a fragile quiet. This is the first gift of the morning, a blank space before the world inscribes its demands. You lie still, and it is in this stillness that the day's earliest, most subtle entertainments begin. They do not announce themselves as such. They are the incidental pleasures woven into the very act of the city waking. Sound arrives first. It builds not as a noise, but as a landscape. From the direction of the docks, a mile to the south, comes the deep, rhythmic groan of a ship's timbers, a sound felt in the chest as much as heard. Then, cutting through the damp air, a human voice rises in a short, powerful cry. It is a work chant, a single line sung by a foreman or a lead dock worker. A moment of silence, then a dozen voices respond in unison, a grunted syllable that coincides with a collective heave. You cannot see them, but you know the scene. Men silhouetted against the pearlescent water, muscles corded, moving in perfect time to their own rough music. This is not a performance. It is physics made audible, effort transformed into song to make the impossible load move. Yet, to your ear, still clinging to the last shreds of private silence, it possesses a brutal, compelling beauty. It is the city's heartbeat, its labour pulse. The chant ends, replaced by the shouts of instruction, the clatter of crates. The song was fleeting, a functional thing, but for a few bars it lifted mere toil into something resembling art. Closer now, the street below your window begins to animate. A cart rumbles over the uneven stones, its driver muttering to his horse. Then a new sound pierces the gloom, a high, clear, melodic call. 2 notes rising, then falling. It is the milkmaid from the nearby farm making her rounds with her pail and dipper. Her call is not a shout. It is a tune, a specific signature. Every vendor has one. The chimney sweep will whistle a particular warble. The baker's boy will cry bread in a descending scale. The water carrier's call is a deep, drawn-out note. These are not merely advertisements. They are the city's soundtrack, a way of identifying a service through melody before the face is even seen. You listen, deciphering the auditory map. There is comfort in this predictability. The milkmaid's song means the world is proceeding in order. It is a small daily reassurance. As you finally rise and move to the small window, pushing the shutter open a crack, the social layer adds itself. You see your neighbour, the widower Cobb, emerging from his door across the lane. He stretches, his back cracking audibly, and looks up. His eyes meet yours. He raises a hand, not in a wave, but in a simple, slow elevation of fingers. You nod, your chin dipping slightly. No words are exchanged. This is the morning's first social contract, a silent acknowledgement of shared existence, of another day faced together. Further down, two women meet at the communal pump. Their voices are low, but the cadence is familiar. The rising inflection of a question, the short burst of laughter that follows. It is gossip, yes, but it is also connection. In a city that can be anonymous and harsh, these micro-interactions are a form of entertainment. They are miniature dramas of recognition, tiny affirmations that you belong to a web of familiar faces. The pleasure is in the familiarity itself, the predictable script of a nod, a grunt, a snippet of overheard conversation that confirms the social fabric is intact. Inside, the room is now washed in thin, cool light. The hearth glows with the revived fire, and the smell of porridge, plain and hearty, fills the space. The children are awake, their energy a sudden, contained chaos. Breakfast is a swift, functional affair. Bowls are scraped clean. But here, in this humble setting, another layer of morning entertainment unfolds. One centred not on the senses, but on the mind. It is the entertainment of information. For a family like yours, a newspaper is an extravagant luxury. A single copy of the New York Gazette or the New York Mercury costs more than a loaf of bread. It is not something you own. It is something you encounter. Perhaps your master at the shipyard will have one, purchased to check for shipping notices and mercantile news. Maybe the tavern keeper where you sometimes take a single pint on a Saturday will have a copy, its pages softened and stained by many hands. But here, now, the news comes differently. Your wife mentions a snippet she heard at the pump. The king has levied a new duty on molasses. There is talk of unrest in Boston over stamps. The words are vague, the details hazy, passed from mouth to mouth like a currency of rumour. This is how news travels for most. It is an oral communal medium. If you're particularly fortunate, someone in your immediate circle can read, an elder relative, a retired schoolmaster living in a garret room, a shopkeeper's wife. Literacy is a form of social power, a talent that commands attention. On a Sunday afternoon, or perhaps in the evening if candlelight can be spared, that person may hold a newspaper or a pamphlet. They become in that moment a performer. Their voice takes on a new tone, a deliberate declarative rhythm as they translate the inked symbols into sound. The family gathers, neighbours might drift in. The act of listening is rapt, intense. The reader is not just conveying information, they are interpreting it. They might emphasise a phrase, pause for effect, scoff at a piece of ministerial propaganda. The political opinions in the letter from Philadelphia become a drama. The list of goods offloaded at the customs house becomes a catalogue of exotic wonders. The notice of a runaway indentured servant becomes a thrilling miniature saga. The reader's skill brings the distant world into the room. The entertainment lies not just in the content, but in the shared experience of revelation, in the collective gasps, the muttered commentary, the debates that erupt after the last word is read. Political gossip is not idle chatter here. It is a vital, stimulating connection to a larger world, a mental escape from the immediate confines of the room and the day's toil. It is a theatre of the mind, staged in your own home. With the meal finished, you prepare to leave. The goodbyes are quick, practical. Stepping back into the lane, the city has fully shaken off the night. You join the stream of bodies flowing toward their labours. This walk, this daily transit, is another stage for the city's incidental entertainment. It is a moving panorama of human life. You fall into step beside a man you recognise, a cooper from a workshop near the shipyard. For 10 minutes your journeys align. You speak of the weather, of the price of good oak staves, of a notorious tavern brawl that has become neighbourhood legend. The conversation is meandering, purposeless beyond the purpose of connection. Then he peels off toward his workshop with a nod, and you continue alone. The interaction was brief, but it coloured the walk, made it something more than a lonely trudge. As you cut through the market square, already bustling despite the early hour, you see a crowd has gathered. Pushing through, you find the source. A man with a worn, sun-darkened face is performing with a small dog. The dog is not a fancy breed, just a clever-looking mutt. At the man's command, it walks on its hind legs, jumps through a hoop made of his arms, and fetches a specific coloured rag from a pile. The tricks are simple, but the crowd is enchanted. Children squeal with delight. Coppers, precious coppers, tinkle into the man's hat. The performance lasts only a few minutes. The man bows, the dog barks once, and they move on, seeking another corner, another audience. You move on too, but the image lingers, the focused intelligence in the dog's eyes, the man's quiet pride. It was a moment of pure, unproductive wonder, a splash of colour on the grey canvas of the morning's purpose. On the outskirts of the commercial district, where the city gives way to yards and smaller gardens, you pass a fenced enclosure. From within comes a fierce guttural sound, the clash of feathers and fury. You need not look to know. It is a cockpit, empty of spectators now, but the birds are being trained. Their owner, a man with intense eyes, is conditioning them for the matches that will happen later in the week. Matches where men will bet wages and drink and scream themselves hoarse. In the cool morning air, the violence is clinical, preparatory. There is no crowd to cheer, only the brutal, repetitive work of making a creature into a weapon for sport. You quicken your step. This too is a form of the city's entertainment, but it is a darker strand, one that speaks of a different kind of hunger, for blood and chance and the thrill of risk. Its morning practice is a grim, whispered promise of the frenzy to come. By the time you reach the shipyard gate, the morning's quiet symphony is over. The dominant sound is now the unambiguous din of industry, saws, hammers, shouted orders. But the echoes of those smaller moments stay with you. The milkmaid's call, the shared nod, the reader's dramatic inflection, the clever dog, even the ominous flutter from the cockpit. They were not grand amusements. They were flashes of connection, sparks of curiosity, tiny narratives that punctuated the journey from home to work. They were the city's way of reminding you that life, even at dawn, even on the way to 10 hours of hard labour, is not a monologue of duty. It is a chorus, often dissonant, sometimes harsh, but filled with 1,000 small, unexpected songs. You take your place at your bench, your hands finding your tools by habit. The memory of the dog jumping through that hoop makes you smile, a private smile, as you begin to plane a length of wood, the shavings curling away like pale, fragrant ribbons. The entertainment of the morning has done its work. It has made you feel, for a few fleeting moments, like a spectator in your own life, and the performance, in all its strange and humble variety, has been curiously, reassuringly human. The sharp, resinous scent of freshly cut pine fills your lungs, a smell so constant in the shipyard it becomes the very taste of the air. Your world has narrowed to the arc of your plane, the grain of the oak beneath your hands, the exacting line you must follow. This is the realm of pure necessity, of muscle memory and focused intention. Yet, even here, within the cathedral of toil where the great skeletons of merchant ships rise against the sky, the human spirit insists on weaving threads of play, of rhythm, of shared defiance against the monotony. The entertainment of the workplace is a subtle, often functional art. It does not interrupt the work. It becomes the work's hidden pulse. The thing that makes 10 hours of relentless labour not just bearable, but occasionally almost joyful. It begins with sound, but a sound organised. The morning's disparate chants from the docks have given way to a more complex auditory tapestry within the yard itself. Where a team of men must lift a massive keel timber, a song emerges. It is not melodic in any conventional sense. It is a series of grunted calls and responses, a phonetic score for physical exertion. The lead man sings out a line, his voice straining with the effort of positioning the timber. "Heave away, my bullies!" A dozen throats answer with a collective guttural ho as the weight shifts. The rhythm is everything. It synchronizes breath and muscle, turning a dozen individual strains into a single powerful engine. To an outsider, it is noise. To you, it is the sound of efficiency, a way of making the impossible feel communal, even rhythmic. In another corner where caulkers hammer oakum into seams with large mallets, a different music plays. The strikes are not random. They fall into a pattern, a slow, resonant asterisk thump. Thump, 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 asterisk. One man sets the pace, others unconsciously match it. Sometimes a younger man will challenge the rhythm, speeding up his strikes in a subtle, syncopated counterpoint. It becomes a game, a silent competition in percussion heard only by those attuned to it. The foreman might scowl if it affects the work, but often he lets it be, understanding that this metronomic play keeps the mind engaged, turns a numbing task into a challenge of skill and timing. Then there are the stories. They are the true currency of the long morning. They flow during moments of shared focus, when hands are busy but minds can wander a safe path. The old shipwright, his face a roadmap of wrinkles etched by salt and sun, might begin as you all sand a deck plank. His voice, a low rasp like sand on wood, needs no introduction. Reminds me of the time on the Fortune's Promise off the Carolinas. He does not look up from his work. The story unfolds in tandem with the back and forth motion of the sanding block. It is a tale of a storm, of a mast splintering like matchwood, of a captain's foolish pride. The details are lavish, perhaps exaggerated, certainly polished by decades of retelling. You listen, your hands moving in time with the narrative's rhythm. The story is not a distraction, it is a companion. It fills the mental space that fatigue would otherwise claim with dullness. It makes the time pass not in slow, aching minutes, but in narrative arcs. Others might chime in, correcting a detail or adding their own footnote from a similar experience. This oral tradition is a vital tool. It transmits knowledge, of course, how to tie a knot that holds, how to read a threatening sky, but more importantly, it transmits culture. It creates a shared identity. You're no longer just a collection of men shaping wood. You're an audience, a community bound by the tale being spun from the sawdust at your feet. For you, as an apprentice on the cusp of becoming a journeyman, the social fabric has a different texture. Your entertainment is often edged with a necessary humility, a testing that is both cruel and communal. The hierarchy is strict, a pyramid with the master at its apex, the journeyman below, and the apprentices forming the broad, burdened base. Humour here is often a tool of navigation, a way to deflect tension and assert a sliver of personality within a rigid system. The practical joke is a rite of passage, its cruelty softened by universal acceptance. A new boy, fresh from the farm, might be sent to the storehouse for a board stretcher or a bucket of steam. You watch, remembering your own humiliation, a faint smile on your lips, not of malice, but of recognition. You have crossed that bridge. His frantic search, the growing laughter of the journeymen, his final flushed realization. It is a ritual. It teaches a lesson about trust, about the specific coded language of the trade. It binds him to the group through shared embarrassment. You were once the punchline, now you are part of the audience. This is the strange alchemy of the workshop. The pain of the joke becomes, in memory, a badge of belonging. There are other, quieter codes. The industry joke shared in a glance between apprentices when the master repeats a favourite pedantic point for the 100th time. The secret gesture, a tap on the nose meaning the inspector is coming, a flick of the wrist behind the back signalling a break is near. These are tiny rebellions, a silent language that creates an inner circle within the larger hierarchy. They're a game of espionage played in plain sight, a way to feel a sense of control, of cleverness, within a system designed to strip you of both. The laughter that follows a successfully executed bit of silent communication is sharp, satisfying. It is the entertainment of the conspirator, a proof that even at the bottom your wit survives. When the sun finally climbs to its zenith, a palpable shift moves through the yard. The rhythmic hammering falters. The stories reach a natural pause. The master gives a single sharp nod. No bell rings, but the message transmits instantly. The morning siege is lifted, if only for a brief hour. The entertainment now changes character entirely. It moves from the integrated to the intentional, from the background pulse to a foreground pursuit. You step out of the yard's shadow into the blinding noonlight of the street, your body thrumming with suspended energy.
The world outside is transformed. The thoroughfare is now a playground. In a cleared space of hard-specked earth, a group of porters are engaged in a game of 9 pins. Wooden pins are set up, a heavy wooden bowl is rolled. The sound is a solid thwack followed by the clatter of falling pins and the cheers or groans of men. It is a game of skill, but also of small wagers. A penny on this frame, 8 anchored of ale on the next. The competition is fierce but good-natured. A way to channel the morning's physical aggression into a structured contest. Nearby, a boy, perhaps the son of a cordwainer, rolls a metal hoop with a stick, guiding it with astonishing dexterity through the crowds and cart ruts. His concentration is total, his face a mask of pure, unsubconscious engagement. You watch for a moment, transfixed by the simple, spinning poetry of it. This is play in its most essential form, requiring nothing but a fashion toy and open space. You join a few fellow workers under the shade of a broad oak, its trunk scarred by years of such noonday congregations. The talk is looser now, less about work and more about nothing at all. Then from a pocket, a man produces a small, worn leather cup. He looks around casually, not furtively, but with the practiced nonchalance of one performing a routine act. A few coins appear, the cup rattles a sharp, enticing sound of chance, and is overturned onto a flat stone. A collective breath is held. Then released in a gust of commentary. The dice are examined, the numbers declared. Coins change hands. The stakes are inconsequential, a hop any. A button, the promise to fetch the first coin. The game is not about gain. It is about the moment of suspense, the sheer, delicious randomness of it. In a life governed by the predictable grain of wood, the unyielding laws of physics, and the strict hierarchy of the yard, the dice offer a thrilling alternative reality where fortune, not skill or station, reigns supreme. It is a miniature rebellion against the ordained order of your day. And then, inevitably, the conversation turns to the true cornerstone of the midday respite. The tavern. You might not all go. Pennies must be counted, and some will, and their departure is watched with a mixture of envy and judgment. The tavern at noon is a different creature than at night. The light is harsh through its small windows, illuminating the floating dust. The clientele is purposeful, a pint of sustenance, a way to replenish the fluids lost in sweat, to add a few calories to the meager lunch of bread and cheese. But to call it merely nutritional is to miss its essence. The act of standing at a rough-hewn bar, shoulder to shoulder with men who share your fatigue, the first cool, bitter swallow, this is a profound pleasure. It is a sensory marker that divides the day. It is a moment of shared, silent communion. The alcohol is low, but its effect is psychological as much as physical. It loosens the knot of concentration between your shoulders. It makes the jokes louder, the complaints more theatrical, the brief escape from your identity as a tool-wielding animal more complete. For those precious minutes, you are not an apprentice joiner. You are a man with a drink in his hand, listening to an argument about politics you only half-understand, feeling a part of the city's bustling adult life. It is the most potent entertainment of the midday, because it offers not just distraction, but a fleeting transformation. The hour passes not in minutes, but in swallowed pints, rolled dice, and the arsing flight of a wooden ball. Then, as if by some silent, collective agreement, the game's winds down. The dice cup disappears. The last pin is set upright. The final dregs of beer are drained. The men under the tree stretch, their bodies stiffening again in an anticipation of the afternoon's demands. You rise, the brief carnival of noon already receding into memory. You walk back toward the yard's gaping entrance. The sounds of casual play at your back replaced once more by the waiting silence of unfinished timber. But you carry something back with you. The memory of the dice's rattle, the taste of the ale, the solid thwack of the ball. These are the psychic wages of the morning, paid out in a currency of small, shared delights. They are the pressure valve, the proof that the day is not an endless sentence of labor, but a cycle with pauses built into its very fabric. You take your place at your bench, your hands finding your tools. The afternoon stretches ahead, long and demanding, but for now, your mind is not only anchored in the recent, vivid past of a game won, a story heard, a cool drink in the shade. The entertainment has done its work. It has made you human again, if only for an hour, and that humanity is the fuel that will get you through the rest. The afternoon sun hangs heavy now, a palpable weight on your shoulders as you finally step from the dim, sawdust-minus choked air of the shipyard into the bustling thoroughfare. The rigid focus of the workshop falls away, replaced by the city's sprawling, chaotic embrace. Your body moves on its own toward home, but your mind, starved of variety after hours of singular purpose, drinks in the scene with a newfound hunger. When necessity and leisure blur into a grand, unwritten social theatre played out in its public spaces, you are no longer a joiner, a craftsman. You are an audience member, a participant, a critic, moving through sets built from cobblestone and human ambition. Your path inevitably winds through the fly market, a sprawling cacophony of commerce south of Wall Street. To call this merely a place to buy goods is to miss its fundamental nature. It is a daily festival, a symphony of transaction where every purchase is a miniature drama. The entertainment begins with the sheer spectacle of abundance, a shocking contrast to the spare simplicity of your own lodgings. Piles of gleaming oysters spill from barrels, pyramids of oranges, precious and exotic, glow like captured suns. Bolts of cloth from England and the Indies create walls of impossible color, deep indigos, vibrant vermilion-esque, delicate flowered chintz. You touch none of it, these are for the wealthy. But to look is to partake in a kind of visual feast, to imagine the feel of such finery, the life it signifies. The real theatre, however, lies in the negotiation. You need nails, a small bag of flour, perhaps a bit of sugar if the week's wages allow a rare extravagance. You approach a stall. The vendor, a woman with sharp eyes and a mouth quick to smile or scold, knows her craft extends far beyond mere selling. She is an actress, a psychologist, a bard of her own wares. Her voice rises above the din as you near. Fresh nails, and best English iron, won't find a truer point between here and Boston, turning it so it catches the light. You pick one up, feeling its weight, pretending to examine its temper. This is your opening line. You mention a flaw only you can see, a slight bend, a rough head. She scoffs, a performance of wounded pride. Bend. That's the strength in it, sir. A nail that bends before it breaks is a wise nail. The exchange is a dance, a ritualized conflict with understood rules. You name a price lower than she asks. She acts horrified, clasping her chest as if struck. You turn to leave, another choreographed move. She calls you back, her voice shifting to one of conspiratorial concession. For you, seeing as you've an honest face, a price is settled. The coins pass. The drama concludes with mutual, if slightly grudging, respect. The pleasure is not just in the saving of a penny, it is in the game itself, the exercise of wit, the shared participation in a centuries minus-old script of commerce. It is a mental duel that sharpens the mind dulled by physical labor. Then there are the moments of pure, an ast minus for generosity that feel like tiny miracles. At the stall of a gingerbread seller, the air thick with the warm, spicy scent of molasses and ginger, the baker, a large man with flour minus dusted arms, might break off a small, crisp corner from a slightly burnt piece. Here, taste for yourself. He presses it into the hand of a wide minus-eyed child, or sometimes even a weary minus-looking laborer like yourself. It is not food. It is not food. It is an experience, a sensory souvenir of the market's potential bounty. At the apple minus seller's cart, a sample slice, tart and crisp, is offered to prove the fruit's worth. These are not just sales tactics. They are moments of shared sensory pleasure, a communal tasting that breaks down the barrier between buyer and seller, however briefly. The market's entertainment is as much in these free samples of flavor and human connection as it is in the goods for sale. But the market's democracy has its limits, and as the shadows begin to lengthen, a different social current pulls at you. The promise of shade, of conversation, of a shared pint draws you toward the waterfront, toward the realm of the tavern. You understand the hierarchy instinctively. There are the coffee houses near the exchange, where merchants in fine woolens discuss bills of lading over cups of bitter brew. There are the genteel taverns with private rooms for the council men and wealthy landowners. These are not for you. Your world is the public room of the labourer's tavern, and of these, you favour the seam minus horse, a low minus beamed, smoky establishment that leans precariously toward the wars, smelling perpetually of salt, stale beer, and the tang of the sea. Pushing through its heavy door is like entering another country. The noise is a solid thing, a wall of sound built from a dozen overlapping conversations, the clatter of pewter, the scrape of benches on sanded floorboards. Light filters in through grimy windows, illuminating swirling motes of dust and tobacco smoke. You find a space at a long communal table, your back against the rough minus-hewn wall. The purchase of a pint is swift, unsentimental. The first swallow is a deep, physical relief. But the drink is merely your ticket of admission. The real entertainment is the performance unfolding all around you. In one corner, a political argument has reached a fever pitch. Two men, a dockworker and a rope maker, are squared off over the recent Stamp Act. Their faces are flushed, not just from drink but from passion. They are not debating in the quiet, reasoned tones of a philosopher. They are performing for an audience. The dockworker slams his fist on the table, making the tankards jump. Its tyranny plain as day. A man's thoughts taxed before they're even printed. The rope maker, a known loyalist, counters with a theatrical sneer, his voice dripping with scorn. Tyranny? It's the price of civilization, you rebel-monger. Who paid for the army that saved your neck from the French? The crowd around them is divided, cheering, booing, adding their own shouted commentary. It is chaotic, visceral, and utterly compelling. This is politics as blood-storped as cathartic theatre. You may not shout yourself, but you listen intently, your own opinions forming unshifting in the crucible of their rage. The truth is less important than the energy of the conflict, the sheer drama of ideas clashing in the public square of the tavern. Then, as the political fire burns low, a different kind of performer takes the stage. A man in the center of the room, A sailor by his look stands on a bench. He needs no introduction. He takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and begins to sing. His voice is rough, untrained, but powerful and true. It is a ballad, a lament for a lost love in some distant port. The room quiets, not to a low hum of attention. The song is familiar, others join in on the chorus, their voices blending into a ragged, heartfelt choir. The song ends, and a more rollicking tune begins, a sea shanty with a driving rhythm. Now feet stamp, hands pound the tables in time. For a few minutes, the entire tavern is united in breath and beat. The singing is not a concert. It is a collective possession, a way of expressing joys and sorrows too big for individual words. You find yourself humming along, your own voice a thread in the communal tapestry of sound. It is an entertainment that requires your participation, that erases your loneliness in the crowd. And always there is the news. Eamon bursts in, fresh from the docks, with word of a ship just sighted coming through the Narrows. Is it the packet from London? Does it carry the latest papers? Another man, a travelling peddler, holds court with tales of the road a brush with high one outside Philadelphia, the strange preaching of a new sect in Connecticut. His stories are lavish, embellished, doubtlessly half-minus invented, that no one cares. He is a living newspaper, a bringer of narratives from the wider world. The room hangs on his every word, gasping at the dangers, laughing at the absurdities. The transmission of information here is never dry. It is always a story, always a performance, shaped by the teller's personality and the audience's hunger. In the C-minus horse, you do not read the news, you witness it, felt in the tremor of excitement that passes through the room at a juicy bit of gossip, seen in the grim set of a man's joy at word of a new tax. Stepping back into the late afternoon light, the tavern's roar still echoing in your ears, you encounter a different tier of the city's performance. The street itself is a stage for a transient brotherhood of entertainers who live by their wits and the whimsy of the crowd. You see the ballad minus seller, his printed sheets spin to a board, singing the very verses he hopes to sell for a penny. A fiddler plays a jig for a few dancing children, his hat placed hopefully on the ground before him. These are the freelance artists of the public way, their survival a daily improvisation. Then comes a spectacle that stops all foot traffic. A man, foreign-minus looking with a thick beard, leads a massive, shambling brown bear on a heavy chain. The animal's very presence is both terrifying and mesmerizing. At the man's command in a guttural language, the bear rises ponderously onto its hind legs, sways, and takes a clumsy step or two. The crowd gasp, children hide behind their mothers' skirts, coins are tossed. The performance is short, sad, and utterly compelling in its strangeness. It is a glimpse of a wild, untamed world, reduced to a slowed ants on the cobblestones. Further on, a man with a clever terrier draws a circle. The dog jumps through his arms, walks a narrow plank, and plays dead at the sound of a mock pistol shot. The laughter here is lighter, purer. The cleverness of the beast feels like a shared victory against the dullness of the everyday. Most poignant are the makeshift theatricals. A man and a woman, their clothes threadbare but clean, perform a truncated version of a moral tale. She plays a virtuous squire, the dialogue is shouted, the gestures broad and unmistakable. There is no set, no curtain. The drama unfolds between a curtained wall, and the audience gathers in a semicircle, their faces reflecting the story's simple emotions, disapproval at the squire's advances. Relief when the maid is saved by the timely arrival of a pious sailor played by the ballad minus seller from 2 streets over. It is Shakespeare reduced to his bare bones, a lesson in morality and a distraction rolled into one, paid for with a few tossed coppers when the hat comes around. Its power lies in its right immediacy, in the collective breath held as the squire makes his move, released in a cheer for the sailor's entrance. As the afternoon wanes toward evening, a quieter, more cerebral form of public entertainment beckons from a different quarter. You pass the London Coffee House, its windows glowing with the softer light of candles and whale oil lamps. Inside, a different scene unfolds. The air is hazy with tobacco smoke, but the din is more subdued, a murmur of serious conversation. Here, newspapers from England, Philadelphia, and Boston are not rare treasures but standard furnishings. And crucially, a man with a clear, educated voice stands in a central spot, holding the latest Pennsylvania Gazette. He reads not just the shipping news, but the essays, the letters, the philosophical debates. The room listens, not with the raucous interjections of the C-horse, but with a focused, critical attention. A point from an essayist in London sparks a low-voiced debate at a corner table about natural rights. This is entertainment for the mind, a theatre of ideas. Participation requires a different currency, not just a penny for a pint, but some degree of literacy, of intellectual engagement. This notion of reading as a communal, social act is still new and growing. Since the 1740s, subscription libraries have begun to appear, pooling the resources of artisans and shopkeepers to buy books none could afford alone. To be able to read, and to have access to books, is a form of social capital. It grants entry into this quieter world of shared knowledge. You yourself may only have a Bible and an almanac at home, and you recognize the power in this scene before the coffee house window. It is a vision of a different New York, one where entertainment is not found in the gut or the fists, but in the shared exploration of a world of ideas. It is a promise, faint but persistent, of a future where the mind's pleasures might be as accessible as a song in a tavern or the spectacle of a dancing bear. You turn for home, the after-images of the day's social theatre flickering behind your eyes, the market vendor's practiced outrage, the sailor's mournful ballad, the bear's slow, sad dance, the clear voice of the coffee-house reader. Your own small role in this last production feels both insignificant and essential. You were an audience member, a critic, a momentary participant. You paid with your attention, with a few pennies, with your presence. And in return, the city offered you a dazzling, chaotic, often crass, but undeniably vibrant performance. It reminded you that you are not just a pair of hands for hire. You are part of a pulsing, arguing, singing, storytelling organism. The entertainment of the public space did not help you forget your life. It immersed you, overwhelmingly and beautifully, in the noisy, collective drama of living it. The amber light of late afternoon slants through the dusty air, gilding the wooden signs and brick facades of the city. The relentless commercial energy of the day begins to ebb, and in its place, a subtler, more partitioned social current takes hold. The public theatre of the market and tavern begins to fracture along lines as old. As you turn from the broader thoroughfares toward your own neighborhood, you feel the day's collective entertainments splitting into separate streams, one flowing toward the spaces reserved for men, another retreating into the domestic spheres of women, and a third, tentative trickle where they might carefully, conditionally meet. The evening's amusement is not a universal feast. It is a meal served on different tables under different rules. For you, and for men of your station, the fading light signals a shift from the communal labor of the yard to the communal leisure of masculine fellowship. This is a world of action, of competition, of risk and reputation earned outside the home. Your steps might not lead directly home. There is a pull toward the pits, the alleys, the green spaces where men test their luck, their strength, and their skill against one another. In a hidden yard behind a livery stable, the air is thick with dust, tobacco smoke, and a shop, and a shop, under more tension. A ring of men forms a tight circle, their faces masks of intense concentration. In the center, on a patch of bare earth, to gain cog space, their feathers glistening with unnatural colors, their legs fitted with cruel, sharp steel gaffs. Bets are whispered, coins clutched in sweating palms, then the birds are released. The fight is a blinding, brutal flurry of feathers and blood. Over in minutes, the crowd erupts, savor of triumph from some, groans of loss from others. The spectacle is not beautiful. It is raw, visceral, a distillation of violence and chance. The entertainment lies in the sheer, adrenal thrill of the wager, in the shared, forbidden excitement of watching life minus and minus death play out in miniature. A different kind of contest draws crowds to a vacant lot near the Battery. Here, men gather for a bout of bare minus knuckle boxing. The fighters are often watermen or dockworkers, men whose livelihoods depend on brute strength. There are few rules. The men circle, strike, grapple until one yields or cannot rise. The crowd pays encouragement, placing bets on a favorite's stamina. It is another form of violent theater, but here the combatants are human, their pain visible. Their courage or cowardice laid bare for public judgment. You watch, wincing at a particularly solid hit, feeling a sympathetic ache in your own jaw. The pleasure is complex, mingling admiration for endurance with a primal fascination with conflict. For those with slightly more means and pretense, recreation adopts a more structured form. At a dedicated bowling green, a game of 9 pins is in progress, but the atmosphere is different from the noon street game. Here, the players wear their better waistcoats. The wagers are discreet, the language more refined, though the competitive fire burns just as hot. This is entertainment as social climbing. A skilled bowler can earn respect, can network with men of slightly higher station. The game itself is secondary to the conversations between frames, the carefully cultivated air of gentlemanly sport. You might watch from the periphery, understanding that this world is not yet yours, but seeing in it a model to aspire to leisure as a marker of status. Perhaps the most respectable, and indeed encouraged, form of masculine evening pursuit blends entertainment directly with civic duty. The militia muster, held on designated training days, is in its essence a serious business. Men drill with muskets they must furnish themselves, practicing formations for a defense they hope never to mount. Yet, after the official drilling concludes, the gathering often transforms. Shooting matches are organized. A target is set up, and men take turns testing their aim. A penny per shot. The best marksman winning a small curse or a round of drinks. The line between martial preparedness and sport blurs completely. The camaraderie forged in the awkward, earnest rills solidifies over shared laughter and friendly rivalry. This is entertainment sanctioned by authority, a way of making duty palatable, even enjoyable. It binds men together, not just as neighbors, but as potential defenders of their community. Their shared purpose adding a layer of solemn satisfaction to the simple pleasure of competition. While the world of men turns outward, toward the crowd and the wager, the world of women turns inward, weaving its entertainment from the very threads of domesticity. Your wife's evening, you know, is of a different texture. Her amusement is rarely a departure from her work, it is an embellishment of it. As you seek the tavern or the gaming pit, she might be preparing for her own social event, one that unfolds within the walls of a neighboring home. The sewing circle, or quilting bee, is a cornerstone of this female realm. It is, on its surface, a gathering for practical labor. Women bring their mending, their needlework, pieces of a shared quilt. But their hands moving in rhythm, needles flashing in the candlelight, are only the visible part of the endeavor. The true work is conversation. Here, in this confidential space, news is exchanged far more nuanced than the political shouts of the tavern. The prospects of a marriageable daughter, the failings of a husband, the recipe for a new pudding, this is the currency of their talk. It is a network of information, support, and judgment. Laughter here is different, often knowing, sometimes sharp. A well-mined old story about a foolish man or a proud woman is savored, analyzed, and added to the collective understanding of the community. The entertainment is in the shared creation, both of the tangible quilt and the intangible social fabric. It is pleasure derived from competence, from connection, from the subtle exercise of influence, within a sphere men often dismiss as trivial. A more formal occasion is the tea party. For your wife, this is a rare and prized event, requiring the careful deployment of her most cherished possessions, perhaps a china cup inherited from her mother, a small silver spoon. The ritual is precise. The brewing of the tea, the serving of modest cakes, the careful observance of etiquette. Every gesture is a performance of gentility and good management. But beneath the polite surface, the same powerful social currents flow. The gossip here is perhaps more refined, but no less potent. The tea party is a theater of respectability, where a woman's skill as a hostess, the cleanliness of her home, the behavior of her children, are all on display and subject to quiet appraisal. The entertainment is in the performance itself, in the satisfaction of navigating complex social codes successfully, and in the deep, validating pleasure of being included. Music, too, finds its home in these feminine spaces, but its purpose is intimate rather than spectacular. A young woman might be asked to play the spinet or harpsichord if the family is fortunate enough to own one. She sings not for a crowd of strangers but for a small circle of friends and family. The songs are often sentimental, moral, or devotional. The performance is an exhibition of cultivation, a key asset in the marriage market, but it is also a genuine offering of beauty. With voices joined in a hymn or a familiar ballad, a different kind of community is forged, one based on shared feeling and aesthetic appreciation. It is entertainment as an expression of inner life, a moment where the practical struggles of the day are softened by harmony. As fold arc settles, a fragile bridge is sometimes built between these separate spheres. The mixed gender entertainment exists, but it is a landscape mined with strict conventions and watchful eyes. The most common is the family dance or social gathering held in a home or a rented room. Music is provided by a fiddler or a relative who can play. The rules are absolute. Dances are formal, pattern things reels vignettes. A man must ask a woman's guardian for permission to dance with her. Physical contact is minimal, prescribed by the steps. Conversation is polite and public. Yet, within this rigid framework, a powerful social drama unfolds. The dance floor is a sanctioned space for flirtation, for assessment. A young man's grace are evaluated by the entire community. A successful evening might lead to a courtship, a misstep to bolder glance, a clumsy turn could fuel gossip for weeks. The entertainment is in the tension itself, the thrill of social navigation, the beauty of ordered movement, and the electric, unspoken possibilities that pulse beneath the music's strict measure. A simpler, more casual mixing occurs on warm evenings along the grassy banks of the East River. Couples and groups stroll, taking the air. This is not mere walking. It is a public ritual of courtship and social display. A young man and woman walking together, even with a chaperone nearby, are making a statement. The conversation is the point, a chance to talk away from the ears of family, to discover compatibility. For older married couples, it is a rare moment of shared leisure, a quiet affirmation of partnership. The entertainment is in the gentle activity itself, in the change of scene, in the simple pleasure of being seen as a pair, a small unit within the larger social organism. And on certain summer nights, when the moon is full and bright enough to wash the city in a silvery, deceptive daylight, a more daring form of play emerges. Young people might gather for games blind man's buff, hunt the slipper in a garden or square. The darkness, softened by moonlight, loosens propriety's grip. Laughter is freer, movements less guarded. This is dangerous ground. Such gatherings are often frowned upon by church elders and strict parents, who see in the moonlit play a gateway to mischief and moral laxity. The thrill, therefore, is doubled. It is the childlike joy of the game itself, combined with the adolescent thrill of transgression, of existing for a few hours in a shadow world where the normal rules are slightly suspended. It is entertainment edged with risk. You arrive home finally, carrying the scent of tobacco and night air. Your wife's world of sewing circles and tea rituals is winding down, the quiet intimacy of your shared room awaiting. The evening's diversions, so starkly different for each of you, have served the same ultimate purpose, a sense of belonging, a way to be more than your daily function. Whether in the roar of the cockpit or the quiet harmony of a parlor song, whether in the formal turn of a dance or the illicit laughter of a moonlit game, the people of New York have, once again, carved out spaces of joy and connection within the rigid architecture of their lives. The night deepens, and these separate streams of pleasure slowly trickle to a halt, merging at last in the shared, silent darkness of sleep, where for a few hours all divisions dissolve. True night falls over New York not as a gradual dimming, but as a palpable closing. The sun's retreat behind the New Jersey Palisades feels like a curtain dropping, and with it, the city's geography of entertainment is radically redrawn. The broad, sunlit stages of market and green contract, squeezed by the limitations of human vision. Light itself becomes a precious commodity, a director that dictates what performances are possible, where they can be held, and who can afford to attend. The boundaries of amusement are now defined by the fragile, flickering circle of a candle's glow, the cold silver of the moon, or the wild, dancing light of a communal torch. In this new, confined world, pleasure takes on a different character, more intimate, more desperate, often tinged with a sense of transgression simply for occurring after dark. The economics of light are the first and most stringent rule. A good tallow candle costs money. A better beeswax, one is a luxury you might use only for a holy day or a birth. In your home, the single dip candle on the table is a finite resource. Its slow burn marks the passage of the evening as surely as a clock. Every activity is weighed against its consumption. To light it simply for conversation feels wasteful. To light it for reading, unless you are a scholar or a clergyman, feels almost sinful in its indulgence, so the candle becomes a social signal of profound significance. If you light it when a neighbor visits, it is a sign of respect, of valuing their company above the cost of the tallow. If you are invited to a home where multiple candles are lit, you understand you are in the presence of wealth or exceptional occasion. The light itself is the first part of the entertainment, a visual announcement that something worth the expense is about to happen. Wavering pull creates a world within a world, drawing faces close, deepening shadows in the corners, making every story told within its circle feel more secret, more important. The flicker on a listener's face becomes part of the drama, highlighting a raised eyebrow, a hidden smile. The entertainment is framed, literally, by light you can measure in pennies and minutes. When candles are too dear, the moon becomes the city's great free lantern. But its entertainment is fickle and seasonal. A full moon on a clear night in October transforms the common. Its cold, blue-white light is strong enough to cast sharp shadows, to illuminate the path to a neighbor's door, to allow a game of bowls to continue long past sunset. These moonlit gatherings have a magical, illicit feel. Voices are hushed, as if the sheer quiet of the light demands it. Laughter seems to sparkle in the crystalline air. But this is a summer and autumn pleasure. In the depth of winter, the moon might shine on a landscape of frozen silence, offering beauty but no comfort for congregation. In spring, clouds and rain often obscure it. Moonlight entertainment is a gift, not a guarantee, and its rarity makes the nights it graces feel like stolen festivals. Then there are the nights when light is not contained but paraded. A fire in a warehouse, a celebration of a military victory, the Pope's effigy burned on Guy Fawkes Night. His events summon the torch, held aloft by dozens of men. The torches create a river of moving, smoky light through the city air's dark canyons. This is entertainment as pure, chaotic release. The light is wild, throwing monstrous, leaping shadows on the building fronts. The crowd becomes a single, roaring organism. Its face is painted in grotesque highlights by the flames. There is no stage, for the entire street is the stage, and every participant is both actor and audience. The parade is the show, the shouted slogans, the drunken songs, the collective surge forward. It is thrilling, dangerous, and profoundly unifying. And the torchlight, social distinctions blur. The clerk and the cordwainer are lit by the same flame, their voices joined in the same roar. A temporary overthrow of the night's order, and its raw, primal energy is a form of amusement that borders on riot. Within the more stable confines of the tavern, the night works a gradual alchemy. The C-minus horse, which at noon hosted political debate and at evening meal housed weary families, now sheds those skins. The clientele shifts, becomes more purely masculine, more intent on forgetting the day rather than dissecting it. The political arguments of the afternoon, fueled by principle and small beer, give way to a different rhetoric. Now, the talk is more personal, more maudlin. His face, softened by several pints, begins a long, rambling story of a lost love in Cork or a childhood in Devon. His neighbours listen not for political insight. Another breaks into a song, not a rousing shanty, but a sorrowful ballad of betrayal or a drinking ditty so bawdy the women serving the tables pretend not to hear, though a faint smile might touch their lips. The singing is less communal now. Received with applause or friendly jeers, the entertainment becomes introspective, a public grappling with private sorrows and joys, lubricated by alcohol and the anonymity of the dark. With the introspection comes a sharpening of risk. The dice games that warp any affairs at noon see larger coins appear. Cards, worn soft at the edges, are produced from inside coats. The stakes are whispered, not announced. The mood at the gaming table tightens. Laughter is shorter, sharper. The clink of silver has a more serious sound. This is no longer playful distraction, it is a test of nerve, a potential shortcut to ruin or a rare windfall. The men standing around the table are not just players but spectators to a high-minus stakes drama of fortune. You watch a young sailor, his face pale, put down a month's wages on a single hand. The turn of a card holds the room breathless. His shout of triumph or groan of despair is a moment of pure, concentrated theatre. The entertainment is in the vicarious risk, the shared vertigo of watching a man dance on the edge of disaster. And sometimes, the tension finds its release not in a card, but in a fist. A disagreement over a bet, a spilled drink, a perceived insult, the spark is often trivial. But in the close, hot, liquid atmosphere of the late-night tavern, it ignites quickly. Two men push back from the table. The room instantly forms a circle. This is not the organized boxing of the vacant lot. This is a messy, brutal, personal fight. Chairs scrape, a table overturns. The combatants grapple, punch. roll on the sawdust-covered floor. The crowd does not intervene immediately. They watch, cheering on a favorite, critiquing the technique. It is a spontaneous, violent drama, and for its duration, it is the most compelling show in the city. Only when one man is clearly beaten, or when the proprietor wades in with a cudgel, does it end. The fighters are pulled apart, bloodied, breathing hard. Drinks are bought for them by onlookers. The incident becomes a story before the blood is dry. The entertainment, horrifying as it may seem, lies in the raw catharsis of it, the sudden, shocking eruption of real conflict in a world usually governed by restrained propriety. It is the id of the tavern made visible, and everyone present is complicit in the spectacle. Beyond the known world of the public tavern lies a deeper shadow, a network of entertainment that exists because it is forbidden. The city's authorities, its watchmen and magistrates, frown upon excessive gambling, upon certain forms of assembly, upon theatrical performances that are not licensed or are deemed immoral. So the amusement retreats underground, in a back room of a chandler's shop. Behind it, or with no sign, a secret Faro bank operates. The men involved are of a different class, slightly more money, slightly more to lose. The air is thick with smoke and concentration. A look -out is posted. The pleasure is doubled by the secrecy, by the sense of being part of a fraternity that defies the somber rules of the daylight world. In a locked warehouse cellar, a different crowd gathers. The air smells of damp stone and sweat. In the center, lit by guttering lanterns, two men fight without the pretense of sport. This is bare-linus knuckle boxing at its most elemental, often to a finish, with side bets that are substantial. There are no rules, no gentlemen spectators. This is about money and bloodlust. The thrill is darker, tinged with genuine danger, not just for the fighters but for the spectators should the watch raid the place. The entertainment here is not just in the violence, but in the shared rebellion, the collective stepping outside the law's protection for a taste of unmitigated savagery. Most transgressive of all, perhaps, are the clandestine theatrical performances. In a loft above a stable, a company of traveling players, denied a license by the wary city council, performs a raucous, simplified version of a popular English comedy. The dialogue is ribald, the gestures lewd. The audience, a mix of apprentices, sailors, and adventurous clerks, sits on rough benches, their laughter explosive, fueled by the knowledge that they are partaking in something illicit. The play itself might be mediocre, but its power is magnified 100-fold by its illegality. It is entertainment, as a direct challenge to authority, a declaration that the human need for laughter and story will find its outlet, even in a hayloft, even at the risk of a fine or a night in the stocks. You finally turn your back on these public and hidden worlds, making your way through the now quiet lanes toward home. The candle in your own window is a beacon of a different order. Crossing the threshold, you leave the collective, often aggressive amusements of the city for the intimate, negotiated pleasures of the family. Here, light is once again precious, but its purpose is to draw your small world closer, not to illuminate a spectacle. The most common entertainment is the spoken word. With the children's chores done in the darkness pressing at the windows, your wife might begin a story. These are not the grand adventures of the shipyard, but older, deeper tales. A tale of the phantom woman who walks Pearl Street, searching for her lost child. A recounting of the headless horseman said to haunt the woods north of the city. The children listen, wide-eyed, drawing closer to the hearth. The flickering firelight becomes the only special effect, casting shapes that could be anything. The pleasure is in the shared fear, the safe thrill of being scared together within the stronghold of your own home. You might add a detail, a sound you once heard on a lonely road. The story becomes a collaboration, a family creation. If you are fortunate enough to own a musical instrument, a simple fiddle, a penny whistle, this is the time for it. You are no performer for a tavern crowd. Your playing is for yourself, for your wife, for the children. The tunes are simple, familiar, a hymn tune. Your wife might sing along softly. The music is not about skill, but about atmosphere. It fills the room with a vibration that pushes back the silence of the night. An entertainment that requires no audience beyond these four walls. And on the best nights, when fatigue is not too heavy, a board might be brought out. A checkerboard, perhaps its squares faded. You play against your eldest challenges you. The game is slow, thoughtful. The entertainment lies not in fierce competition, but in the focused, quiet engagement. It is a conversation without words, a mental dance. The mental dance. The children watch, learning strategy, learning patience. A move is debated. This is entertainment as social glue, a way to be together in purposeful, peaceful activity. The politics of the family are played out here in miniature, teaching, yielding, competing gently, sharing a common focus that smooths the rough edges of the day. As the candle finally gutters, sending up a last thread of smoke, the night's final boundary is reached. The public, the secret rebellions, the intimate family circles all succumb to the same darkness. You bank the fire, and its embers are faint, pulsating echo of the torches and tavern lights now extinguished across the city. In the close darkness of your room, the echoes of the evening's many entertainments mingle, the roar of the fight, the mournful ballad, the ghost stories whisper, the soft click of a wooden checker. Each, in its own way, has served its purpose. Each has helped navigate the long journey from dusk to dawn, proving that even in the empire of night, the human spirit will always find a way to strike a light, raise a voice, and insist, against the silence, on playing. The week does not end with a sigh of relief, but with a palpable shift in the very atmosphere of the city. As Saturday's sun dips below the rooftops, a different kind of anticipation settles over the lanes and alleys. It is not the anticipation of rest, but of a change in rules. The relentless cycle of labor pauses, but in its place arrives a different kind of discipline, one woven into the spiritual fabric of the community. Sunday in New York is a territory governed by the Puritan sensibilities of the city's founders, which still whisper from the pulpits and watch from the windows of the devout. For you, and for most, the day is a complex negotiation between piety, prohibition, and the enduring human need for some semblance of release. You wake on Sunday morning to a profound quiet. The usual weekday cacophony, the carts, the vendors' cries, the hammering from workshops is absent. The silence itself feels heavy, deliberate. It is a silence policed by social expectation and, officially, by law. The old blue laws remain, remnants of a stricter time: no unnecessary work, no traveling, no games, no public amusements. The city wears its sober clothes, both literally and figuratively. The wool of your Sunday suit, coarse and scratchy compared to workday linens, a physical reminder of the day's formality. The only sanctioned public gathering is the church service. For families like yours, this is not a choice but a social necessity. You file into the pews of the Presbyterian meeting house, the air inside cool and smelling of beeswax, old wood, and the faint, damp wool of the congregants. The service is long, the sermon longer. The minister's voice rises and falls in a torrent of admonition and theology. Your back aches against the hard bench, your mind drifts. Yet, within this enforced solemnity, a subtle, social entertainment persists. The church is the one place where the entire community gathers, stratified by wealth but united in posture. Before and after the service, the churchyard buzzes with subdued conversation. This is the weekly social audit. You note who is present, who is absent. You see the new finery on the merchant's wife, the pallor of a neighbor who has been ill. Greetings are exchanged, news of births and deaths passed in hushed tones. It is a sanctioned opportunity to see and be seen, to exchange glances across the aisle. The walk to and from church becomes a slow, public procession, a chance to be observed as a respectable, God-fearing family unit. The entertainment here is quiet, woven from the threads of social observation and the satisfaction of having performed one's duty correctly. It is a theatre of piety, where the mere act of attendance is the first act. But the human desire for play is a resilient vine, and it finds cracks in the stone wall of the Sabbath. The moment your family is back within the walls of your home, the strictures loosen, if only stretches long and quiet. Boredom is a luxury your children do not possess, and their restless energy must find an outlet. Behind closed shutters, in the small yard shared by your tenement, a different scene may unfold. A set of 9 pins, carefully hidden from view during the week, might be produced. The sound of the wooden bowl rolling, the soft clatter of the pins, is muffled by the surrounding buildings. The game is played in whispers with frequent, nervous glances toward the street. This is illicit pleasure, sweetened by its forbidden nature. A neighbor might lean over the fence, not to chastise but to watch, a conspiratorial smile on his face. For the adults, the entertainment might be a hand of cards played not for money, but for matches, or the quiet sharing of a pipe and a conversation that strays from religious topics to more earthly concerns. The Sabbath joy for many lies in these small, stolen moments of normalcy, in the quiet rebellion of a game played in shadow. The thrill is not in the activity itself, which is mundane, but in the covert act of reclaiming a few hours from the day's solemn grip. If Sunday is a contraction, a holding of breath, then the weekly market day is the city's exhalation. Wednesday and Saturday, but especially Saturday, transform New York from a place of work into a place of spectacle. The Flame Market and others swell beyond their usual bounds. The air, always thick, becomes a potent soup of smells, the sour tang of pickles and barrels, the metallic scent of fresh-caught fish, the dusty sweetness of hay, and over it all, the glorious, stomach-clenching aroma of roasting meat from makeshift stalls. This is not the careful shopping of a Tuesday. This is provisioning as festival. The crowds are denser, their mood brighter, loosened by the proximity of a day of rest. Into this fertile ground stream the itinerant entertainers, knowing well that to gather a red crowd with market pennies in their pockets is their best audience. The ballad seller is there, but so is a man with a puppet stage strapped to his chest, performing abbreviated moral plays with jerking wooden figures. A juggler tosses knives in a dizzying arc, drawing gasps. A strongman bends an iron bar, the veins in his neck standing out. The market becomes a carnival midway. You move through it as a spectator, your basket over your arm, your eyes drawn from your shopping list to the flash of a juggler's blade, the pratfall of a puppet. The entertainment is integrated into the chore of survival, turning necessity into a sensory adventure. The food itself becomes a central pleasure. This is the day you might taste something beyond the ordinary. A hot pie filled with mutton and gravy, purchased and eaten standing up, the rich juice running down your chin. A gingerbread cake shaped like a horse, bought for a delighted child. A sip of fresh, pressed cider sweet and sharp. These are not just calories, they are events, tiny culinary celebrations that mark the market day as special. Greasy fingered enjoyment of a treat that breaks the week's monotony of porridge and salt pork. Beyond the weekly rhythm lies the annual calendar, punctuated by holidays that offer a more complete, sanctioned escape from the everyday. These are the true safety valves of colonial society, days when the rules are not bent but officially set aside. Election Day is one such phenomenon, a uniquely American blend of civic duty and raucous revelry. Once a year, the city surrenders to a controlled chaos. Voting is public, a vocal declaration of support, but the politics are merely the spark. The day is really about the collective festival that erupts around it. Candidates provide barrels of free rum or beer. Their supporters parade through the streets with ribbons and flags, turning political allegiance into a loud, colorful performance. Taverns overflowments. Games of chance and skill are played openly. The normal social order is temporarily appended in a frenzy of drinking, debating, and carousing. The entertainment is in the sanctioned disorder, in the feeling of being part of a powerful, shouting body politic, and in the simple, glorious fact of free liquor. It is politics as popular theatre. A different, more imposed celebration is the King's birthday. This is entertainment with a political edge, a mandatory performance of loyalty to a distant monarch. Bells ring, the militia parades in their best, if mismatched, uniforms. An official toast is drunk to the health of King George. Bonfires are lit at night. For the authorities and the loyalists, it is a day of proud pageantry. Though the free drink and general atmosphere of holiday often soften the edges of resentment, the entertainment here is inherently double-edged. You might watch the parade, appreciating the martial music, or quietly sharing a cynical joke with a neighbor about the cost of the uniforms. The day's amusement is filtered through the lens of political sentiment, making it a more complex, often tense, form of public play. Then comes Thanksgiving, a quieter but deeply rooted seasonal break. This is entertainment centered on the home, on abundance, on family performance. The week is spent in preparation, the baking of pies, the brewing of special beer, the sourcing of a fat turkey or goose. The day itself is a marathon of cooking and eating. But within that framework lies profound satisfaction. The house is warm and filled with incredible smells. The table, for once, groans with food. Older and more personal than ghost stories. Uncles might argue politics. Children perform recitations of Bible verses or simple songs. The entertainment is in the orchestration of plenty, in the role of being a generous host or a grateful guest, in the deep, visceral pleasure of a full stomach and a warm hearth shared with kin. It is a performance of family unity and gratitude, a private festival that reaffirms your place in a smaller. As each of these special days is the weekly market carnival, the annual political saturnalia of Election Day, the enforced pomp of the King's birthday, the domestic harvest feast of Thanksgiving draws to a close. The city slowly returns to itself. The lanterns are extinguished, the crowds disperse, the leftover food is packed away. But a residue of the exception lingers. These breaks in the routine, whether stolen from a Sunday afternoon or officially decreed from on high, are not mere distractions. They are the punctuation marks in the long sentence of daily life. They provide rhythm, anticipation, and a vital reminder that the world is not made solely of toil and quiet endurance. It contains, at intervals, spaces for collective roar, for sanctioned gluttony, for political passion, and for family pride. The calendar itself can be coaxed into providing stages for joy. The rhythm of your year is not marked by pages on a calendar, but by the deep, physical memory of your body and the shifting character of the light that falls through your window. Entertainment here is not a constant stream. It is a seasonal harvest, its forms dictated by the tone of the earth, the temperature of the air, the length of the shadows. What brings joy in the stifling heat of July would be unthinkable in the bitter dark of January. The city itself seems to change its personality with the weather. offering different stages for different acts in the ongoing play of collective life. When summer finally unleashes its full force upon New York, it is like a physical pressure. The humid air lies thick over the streets, smelling of horse dung, hot tar, and the ripe decay of the waterfront. The indoors become an oven, the close rooms unbearable by midday. And so, the city's population spills outward, seeking relief in the few open spaces where water or breeze might offer respite. The entertainment of summer is an exhalation, a collective flight from the confines of brick and timber. The banks of the East River and the Hudson become a ragged, democratic beach. Families, servants, apprentices, and laborers all make their way to the water's edge on a Sunday afternoon or a rare holiday. This is not the organized leisure of a later age. There are no bathing costumes. Men and boys strip to their breeches and plunge into the murky, cool water with shouts of relief. Women and girls might wade at the edge, lifting their skirts, their laughter carrying across the water. Picnics are spread on worn blankets, simple fare of bread, cheese, and perhaps some cold meat. The pleasure is elemental. It is the shock of cool water on sun-heated skin. It is the feeling of grass under bare feet. It is the simple, vast openness of the sky after weeks of narrow lanes and low ceilings. Children chase each other through the shallows. Men float on their backs, staring at the clouds. For a few hours, the rigid hierarchies of the city soften in the shared, animal comfort of escaping the heat. The river, usually a bustling highway of commerce, becomes a playground, its dangers momentarily forgotten in the sheer physical joy of immersion. For those of higher station, summer offers a more curated outdoor theater. The private garden, or the shaded grounds of a country house on the outskirts of the city, becomes the setting for the garden party. This is entertainment as a display of control over nature, presented in ordered flowered and trimmed hedges, and control over society. Guests stroll along gravel paths, the men in lighter coats, the women under parasols. Lemonade or wine is served. Conversation is a delicate performance of wit and news. The entertainment lies unseen in this idealized setting, in the display of refined taste and social connection. For you, passing by the high walls of such an estate, the laughter and music from within are sounds from another planet, a reminder of the vast gulf that can exist even in shared weather. Your summer coolness is the public river, theirs is a private, purchased shade. And then there is summer's darker, more ironic carnival, the spectacle of fire. In a city built of wood, crowded with wooden structures, fire is a constant, terrifying threat. But once a blaze is beaten back, once the immediate danger has passed and the smoldering ruins are still too hot to approach, a strange collective gathering occurs. People flock to the scene. They stand in silent clusters, watching the blackened skeleton of a building steam in the night air. They marvel at the destructive power, point out where the fire jumped the alley. There is a grim, fascinated entertainment in it. It is a break from the ordinary, as dramatic as any holiday, a shocking reminder of fragility that, perversely, makes the return to normalcy feel like a reprieve. The shared trauma, the communal staring into the abyss creates a bond, a story that will be told for weeks. Where were you when the chandler's shop went up? A form of amusement born from the city's perpetual vulnerability. But the wheel turns. The fierce heat gives way to the crisp, smoky air of autumn, and then, inexorably, to winter's silent siege. When the cold finally locks the city in its grip, the world contracts violently. The river, your summer playground, becomes a plain of treacherous, shifting ice. The streets, choked with snow, are difficult passages rather than promenades. The great enemy is no longer heat, but the stillness, the darkness, and the chilling isolation it can bring. By necessity, an indoor art, a creative defiance of the long night. The frozen river, however, offers one glorious, transgressive exception. When the ice is deemed thick enough, a miracle occurs. The strict geography of the city is overthrown. You can walk from Manhattan to Brooklyn, a freedom unimaginable in any other season. And on this frozen plain a festival blooms. People bundle themselves in every scrap of wool they own and venture out. Skates, fashioned from carved bone or wood with iron straps, are brought forth. The experience is one of exhilarating, terrifying speed. You glide, you stumble, you fall laughing on the hard surface. Vendors set up braziers selling hot chestnuts and mulled cider. Impromptu races are organized. For a few weeks, the river is not a barrier but the city's largest public square, a glittering wind-swept ballroom where all classes slide and spin together. The social meaning is profound. It is a temporary equality granted by the weather, a shared physical joy that cuts through the usual social frost. On land, snow transforms the streets into a different kind of playground. With horse carts and carriages struggling, children and the young at heart commandeer the slopes. A simple sled, a plank of wood with curled front, becomes a vessel of thrilling, dangerous speed. Hills within the city, like Bayard's Mount, become sites of organized races. You stand at the bottom, watching the sleds careen down, spilling their laughing, bundled riders into snow banks. The normal order of the street is overturned. The roadway belongs to the players, and adults must step aside. It is a joyous, noisy occupation, a rebellion against the season's tyranny led by the young. But the heart of winter's entertainment happens after the early dark has fallen, within the close walls of the home. The long nights are a factory for narrative. With the fire as your soul-lightened heat source, the family draws close. This is the season of the deep story. Your wife's repertoire of tales expands. She tells not just ghost stories, but longer, more complex family sagas, legends from the old country, moral fables. You might contribute a tale from the shipyard, embellished for the dark season, and the children listen, their imaginations fed by the flickering firelight and the howl of the wind outside. These stories are not mere distractions. They are the mental and emotional fuel for the season. They stave off the creeping loneliness, reinforce bonds, and pass down knowledge and tradition. The entertainment is in the collective act of imagining other worlds, other times, while the present world is locked in ice and silence. In these months, you do not just listen to stories, you live inside them for hours at a time. The transitions between these extremes, the fragile, hopeful spring and the fruitful, busy autumn, have their own distinct pleasures, often tied to practicalities that blossom into celebration. With the first true thaw, when the mud of the roads is at its worst, but the air carries a soft, promising warmth, the city's thoughts turn to the countryside. Spring is marked by the races. On the flats beyond the city limits, horses are matched in short, furious sprints. This is not the aristocratic pageantry of an English derby. It is a rustic, passionate affair. Breeders and farmers show off their stock. Gambling is rampant, loud and joyous. For the city dweller, it is a pilgrimage. A day out in the open air, the smell of wet earth and new grass, the thrilling thunder of hooves, the collective roar of the crowd. The social meaning is about renewal, about shaking off the winter's lethargy, about testing speed and strength in the new light. It is a communal deep breath after the long indoor confinement. Autumn's entertainment is tinged with the seriousness of preparation. The militia musters become more frequent, more earnest, as the threat of years minus end conflicts, or the simple need for readiness presses. The shooting matches that followed real days take on a keener edge. The target is not just a wooden board, it is a symbol of provision, of defense. The pleasure in a well-placed shot is deeper, connected to survival, where skill has a direct correlation to security and status within the community. The camaraderie is less boisterous than in summer, more grounded in shared purpose. And flowing through both seasons is a liquid thread of seasonal celebration, the tasting of the year's bounty. In autumn, the new cider is pressed. The first barrel tapped is an event. The cider is raw, cloudy, and powerfully sweet, a world away from the sharp, fermented drink of winter stores. People gather to taste it, to judge its quality. Similarly, with the first sustained cold, the composition of the tavern's offerings changes. Small beer is still present, but now there is hot beer as hot beer is hot beer as hot beer is. Ale warmed and mixed with spices, sugar, and sometimes a beaten egg. It is a comforting, fortifying drink. Its pleasure as much in the warmth that spreads through your chilled hands and body as in the taste. These seasonal libations are more than drink. They are sensory milestones, ways to taste the passage of time itself. The first sip of new cider is the flavor of the harvest concluded. The first hot beer is the flavor of winter acknowledged and defied. So the year turns, and with it, the very nature of joy. From the watery, expansive freedom of summer, through the creative, story-filled intimacy of winter, to the purposeful, earthy celebrations of spring and fall, your amusements are choreographed by forces far greater than any city council or tavern keeper. The climate is the ultimate impresario, setting the stage, dictating the costumes, and determining the run of each seasonal performance. You learn to anticipate these shifts, to find your pleasure where the world allows it, understanding that the capacity for fun is not a constant, but a flower that blooms in different falls, in different soils, under every sun and every star in the turning sky. The city's grand theatre of entertainment, its markets and taverns, its seasonal festivals and evening promenades, is not a stage upon which all stand as equal players. Its lights cast long shadows, other forms of life, other kinds of amusement, persist with a different rhythm, a different meaning. To understand the full spectrum of joy and diversion in New York is to step away from the main thoroughfares and enter the constrained spaces, the hidden gatherings, and the parallel worlds where pleasure is carved from a harder stone. Consider first those whose very existence is defined by belonging to another. For the enslaved men and women who labor in the homes of the wealthy, on the docks, or in the workshops, and for the indentured servants bound by years-long contracts, the concept of leisure is a foreign country, visited only on a strict and revocable visa. Their entertainment is rarely a right, it is a concession, a brief pause granted by an owner or master, often tied to their utility. A Sunday afternoon off, perhaps, after a week of dawn to dusk labor. This time, precious and fragile, might be spent in a yard, talking quietly with others who share their condition. A game of simple stones might be played in the dust. A shared pipe of cheap tobacco becomes a luxurious ritual. The laughter here is softer, the glance is more watchful. The pleasure is in the mere cessation of labor, in the feeling of one's own body and time being, however temporarily, one's own. But beneath this surface of sanctioned rest, a deeper, more vital current of cultural survival flows. In cellars, in remote clearings beyond the city limits on moonless nights, or in the cramped quarters they call their own, secret gatherings occur. Here, among trusted kine and countrymen, the fragments of a stolen heritage are painstakingly reassembled. For those of African descent, this is where memory becomes resistance. Stories are told in languages the master does not understand. Tales of Anansi, the spider-linus trickster of ancestral spirits. Rhythms are tapped out on upturned pots, on skin, rhythms that carry the heartbeat of a homeland across an ocean. This is not entertainment as the city knows it. It is the preservation of a soul. The joy is ferocious, bittersweet, a defiant affirmation of an identity that slavery seeks to erase. It is the profoundest amusement, for it amusement, for it amusement, for it amusement, for it amusement. Music is the universal language of this hidden world. A work sung in the fields, its call and response mapping the geography of a shared burden, is one thing. But the music made in secret is another. A homemade banjo, its body a gourd, in strings of gut, gives voice to a complex sorrow and a stubborn hope. The songs that rise are oft uncoded, their lyrics speaking of biblical deliverance in terms that carry a double meaning, a quiet promise of earthly freedom. A way to communicate pain, to coordinate dream. Its entertainment value is inseparable from its power to heal and to bind a community under the yoke. The pleasure it gives is a deep, resonant thing felt in the bones, a proof that though the body may be bound, the voice and the spirit can still create beauty. In stark contrast to this constrained world, the city's children operate in a realm of startling, inventive freedom. Their entertainment is not a separate category from life, it is the very process of learning to navigate it. The streets, alleyways, and vacant lots are their sovereign domain, a complex ecosystem of plague ovened by rules adults have forgotten. Watch them. A group in a lane is engaged in a game of tag, its boundaries defined by a specific stoop and a certain lamppost. Another cluster is absorbed in marbles, the colored glass spheres rolling the dirt, one and lost with intense concentration. A girl skips rope or chant a rhyming history of neighborhood gossip set to a bouncing beat. Their games are fluid, adapting to space and number, a democracy of imagination where the only currency is agility and wit. Their toys are testaments to a material culture of making minus do. A knucklebone becomes a die. A stick is a sword, a horse, a royal scepter. A discarded barrel hoop and a guiding stick provide hours of focused rolling tide with string is a ball. There is no store to buy these things. They are created, found, repurposed. The entertainment lies as much in the creation of the tool as in its use. A boy whittling a top is already playing, imagining the spin it will make. This self-sufficient creativity is a training ground for the resourcefulness their adult lives will demand. And always they are watching, absorbing, rehearsing. Their play is a continuous, unconscious mimicry of the adult world around them. They play at tavern, using acorn caps for cups. They hold mock trials, imitating the stern manner of the magistrate. Girls play at keeping house, their dolls made of corn husks. Boys play at militia drill with sticks for muskets. In these games, they try on the roles, the conflicts, the rituals of the society they will enter. In the feeling of being, for a moment, the powerful adult whose commands they must usually obey. It is entertainment, a socialization, a seamless blend of fun and future. Between these poles, the hidden world of the enslaved and the ubiquitous world of the child lies the complex, often awkward intersection where the entertainment of the elite briefly overlaps with that of the ordinary. These are moments when the invisible walls of class grow momentarily porous, creating a fleeting, often illusionary sense of shared community. On rare occasions, a wealthy patron feeling charitable or seeking popular favor might open his private gardens for a public day. The gates that normally exclude swing wide. You and your family, in your clean but plain clothes, can walk the manicured paths, see the exotic flowers, hear the music of a hired quartet from a distance. It is a fascinating spectacle, a glimpse into a world of opulent leisure. You are a spectator in another man's dream. You touch nothing, you speak in hushed tones. The pleasure is in the visual tourism, in the novelty, but also in the quiet critique, the whispered observation that the marble statue is frivolous, that the trimmed hedges could feed a family for a week. The public theater offers another such space. In the rough wooden playhouses, seating is stratified by price. The gentry sit in boxes, and the common labourers, apprentices, and servants back the galleries above. For the duration of the play, however, they all watch the same performance. They laugh at the same bawdy joke, hiss the same villain. For a few hours, the shared narrative creates a common emotional experience that momentarily transcends station. A merchant and a ship's caulker might find themselves applauding the same heroic speech. Of course, after the final curtain, they exit by different doors, returning to their separate orbits. But the memory of that shared laughter, that collective suspension of disbelief, lingers as a proof that human response can, at times, be a unifying force. It is during the city's great public holidays that this illusion of equality is most potent. On election day, with free liquor flowing, or during a raucous fireworks display for the king's birthday, the crowds mix indiscriminately. The sailor jostles the clerk. The merchant's wife finds herself next to a fishmonger's daughter in the press of bodies watching the bonfire. In the collective roar, the shared gaze lifted to the exploding rockets, the distinctions of daily life seem to melt away. It is a carnivalesque suspension of the norm. The entertainment derives its power from this very suspension, from the thrilling, temporary feeling of being part of an undifferentiated mass, a single body of celebration. You know it will end. Tomorrow, the rules will reassert themselves. But for this one night, under the shower of sparks, you can believe in the festival's democratic lie, and that belief is itself a profound and intoxicating amusement. They are safety valves, subtle reminders that the city, for all its divisions, is ultimately a shared organism, and that the need to marvel, to laugh, to look up at the same bright lights in the sky, is a thread that can, however briefly, bind the most disparate of lives together in the common, breathless dark. The rhythms you had learned, the familiar map of weekly and seasonal pleasure, began to twist and fracture in the mid-1770 seconds. A new, sharp flavor entered the city's stew of amusement, one of politics and draw, unraveling tension. Entertainment did not disappear. It became weaponized, politicized, a mirror reflecting the fractures running through the community. The simple joy of a song, the catharsis of a gathering, the thrill of a wager, all were now infused with a partisan charge, transforming distraction into declaration. The most visceral evidence was the transformation of public gathering into political theater. The crowd that once gathered to watch a dancing bear or a puppet show now assembled for a different kind of spectacle. The burning of an effigy, a crude figure of strained old clothes, labeled with the name of a despised official, a stamp master, a customs commissioner, would be paraded through the streets. This was no somber protest. It was a roaring, raucous carnival of contempt, casting wild shadows on faces contorted with glee and anger. The crowd sang not ballads of lost love, but newly minted rhymes mocking the figure's greed or cowardice. When the effigy was finally set ablaze, the cheer that went up was the same cheer that greeted a winning fighter in the ring or a spectacular fireworks display. The pleasure was complex, a heady mix of collective rage, performative rebellion, and the sheer, thrilling theater of watching authority, in effigy, consumed by flames. It was entertainment as insurrection, and everyone present was both audience and actor in a dangerous new play. Song remained a constant, but its purpose shifted. The taverns and streets now hummed with political ballads. These were not the subtle, coded spirituals of the enslaved, but direct, often vicious, ditties aimed at King George, his ministers, or local Tories. Their tunes were catchy, stolen from popular drinking songs or hymns, making them easy to learn and impossible to forget. A man would sing a verse in the C minor horse, and by week's end, every apprentice on the docks was whistling it. The song spread news, solidified opinion, and ridiculed the opposition with cruel wit. Singing them was an act of allegiance, a public badge of patriotism. The entertainment was in the cleverness of the insult, in the shared rhythmic defiance, in the feeling of being part of a chorus that was, quite literally, singing the old order to its grave. Even children skipped rope to rhymes about liberty and tea. And debate, once a passionate but contained feature of tavern life, became the city's premier bloodless sport. Every coffeehouse, every public room, every street corner became a potential arena. Men no longer argued just to pass the time or show off their knowledge. They argued to persuade, to recruit, to perform their ideological commitment for an audience. The stakes felt cosmic. A debate over parliamentary authority could draw a crowd as large as a cockfight, with cheers and jeers greeting rhetorical thrusts and parries. Watching a skilled orator dismantle his opponent's logic was as entertaining as watching a skilled boxer land a clean punch. The mental agility, the dramatic pause, the well-timed appeal to the crowd, it was all performance. You listened, your allegiance tightening or wavering with each point. The intellectual exercise was now charged with the adrenaline of consequence, making it the most compelling and divisive free entertainment in town. Then came the war itself, and the character of amusement changed once more, hardening under the pressure of necessity and absence. The city became an armed camp, its rhythms dictated by the drumbeat of militia masters rather than market bells. Yet, even here, in the grim business of preparation, entertainment found a way to weave itself into the fabric of duty. The militia training days, now frequent and serious, retained their social core. The drilling was arduous, the muskets heavy, the formations confusing. But afterwards the men still gathered. The shooting matches took on a deadly serious practice. The camaraderie forged was deeper, born of shared purpose and shared fear. The tavern talk after drill was less about abstract rites and more about practical concerns, the quality of powder, the reliability of a flintlock, news from the front. The entertainment was in the bonding, in the dark humor soldiers everywhere used to deflect dread, and the pride of mastering a skill that might mean the difference between life and death. It was leisure stripped of frivolity, its pleasure anchored in survival and solidarity. With so many men away with the army, at sea, or hiding as loyalists, the city's demographic and its entertainment landscape shifted. The raucous masculine nights at the taverns dimmed somewhat. The labor shortages forced women and children into new roles, and their amusements adapted. Sewing circles now produced shirts and blankets for the troops, the gossip tinged with worry and news of battles. Children's games became more militarized, their stick-muskets and mock drills were no longer just imitation, but a rehearsal for a reality they understood all too well. The entertainment vacuum left by absent fathers and brothers was filled with a different kind of activity, often communal, often practical, always shadowed by anxiety. Song became a way to soothe that anxiety, with more hymns and patriotic anthems sung in parlors, a collective humming against the silence of empty chairs. In the war's aftermath, as the strange, new reality of peace and independence settled like unfamiliar dust, the city began, tentatively, to rebuild its culture of play. But nothing could return to what it was. The entertainment of the new republic was, like the nation itself, an experiment, a self-conscious attempt to forge a distinct American identity in the realm of leisure. Public celebrations were the most obvious canvas. The king's birthday was erased from the calendar. In its place came new festivals: Independence Day, the anniversary of Evacuation Day when the British finally left New York. These were no longer expressions of loyalty to a distant crown, but assertions of a hard-won sovereignty. The parades featured the militia, now heroes. The speeches invoked Washington and Franklin instead of George II. The fireworks were for liberty. The entertainment was explicitly political, designed to inculcate patriotism, to weave the personal joy of a festival with the national narrative of triumph. You attended not just for the spectacle, but to participate in the performance of being an American citizen, to feel your individual pleasure amplified by its connection to the collective of the Republic. And in the taverns, coffeehouses, and playhouses, a quieter exploration began. What did it mean to have American entertainment? Playwrights spend drummers with American themes and heroes. Satirists turned their wit from British ministers to the foibles of their own new government. There was a self-conscious effort to create a cultural life independent of England, one that reflected the values real or aspirational of the new nation: simplicity, virtue, republican earnestness. It did not always succeed. The old forms persisted: the body song, the blood sport, the secret dice game. But now they existed alongside this new, purposeful layer of national self-expression. The pleasure of a play could be doubled by the fact that it was an American play, a declaration that the new nation could produce its own art, its own stories, its own ways to laugh and cry. So the wheel of amusement turned through the fire of revolution, emerging on the other side altered, tempered, bearing the scars and the insignia of the new age. The simple, apolitical joys of your youth, the market vendor's patter, the moonlight game now existed in a world where even a song could be a political act, where a holiday celebrated not a king but an idea. It was expression, and in the newborn United States, with its future unwritten, the way its people chose to play would become one of the first, most telling chapters in the story of who they were trying to become. The search for fun was, itself, a revolutionary act, a daily plebiscite on the character of the nation, held in taverns, on greens, and in the flickering candlelight of 1,000 hopeful homes. The objects of amusement in your world are not mere things. They are testaments to scarcity, to social position, to the quiet, desperate creativity of a life lived with little to spare. A toy is not bought, it is born from leftover materials and parental ingenuity. The pleasure it gives is inseparable from the story of its making, from the understanding of its place in a strict hierarchy of value. For your children, the world of manufactured playthings is as distant as the moon. What they have is what you or your wife can fashion from the detritus of daily survival. A scrap of homespun linen, stuffed with wool clippings or dried peas, becomes a doll. Its face is to stitches for eyes, a dash of berry juice for lips. Its value is immense, for it is unique, a companion born of love and limited means. A father might carve a wooden top on a winter evening, the shavings curling from his knife in the firelight. The hours spent whittling it smooth are part of the gift. The child feels the care in its balance, the polish from his father's hands. Or elaborate toys, a miniature wagon with wooden wheels, a set of 9 pins turned on a lathe, are rare treasures, often passed down through siblings until they wear away to nothing. Against this homemade world, the imported toy is a shocking artifact of another universe. A painted tin soldier from Germany, a delicate porcelain doll from England. These appear only in the windows of fancy goods stores or in the parlors of the very wealthy. To see one is to glimpse a childhood of unimaginable privilege, where play is purchased, not crafted. The very existence of such objects draws a stark line through the city, separating those for whom joy is a consumer good from those for whom it must be personally forged. A game of marbles played in a New York lane might have slight variations from the version played in Boston or Philadelphia. The rules passed down not from a book, but from an older child, adapting to local tradition and the specific contours of the available dirt. The ownership of an instrument speaks volumes before a single note is played. For a family of artisans or shopkeepers, a violin represents a significant investment, not just of money, but of aspiration. It is kept carefully in a lined box. Learning to play it is a mark of refinement, a skill that elevates a daughter's marriage prospects or allows a son to provide music for respectable gatherings. Its sound is associated with parlors, with weddings, with a controlled and genteel form of pleasure. It is a badge of middle-class arrival, its music a signal of distance from the raucous, uncultured noise of the street. The drum carries a completely different social and racial charge. In the military context, it is an instrument of order and authority. But outside the militia muster, its deep, resonant throb is oft unlinked to the marginalized. For the enslaved population, drums, when they could be made or kept, were instruments of profound cultural memory and communication. Their complex rhythms a language of resistance and community that white society often feared and forbade. A drum might be part of a rough, impromptu street band, its sound signaling not refinement but rowdy, public energy. It is an instrument of the collective, the outsider, the visceral, and as such, it is viewed with a mixture of fascination and suspicion by the polite world. Then there are the truly democratic instruments. A simple whistle, carved from river reed or bone, costs nothing but a little time. A Jew's harp, a small metal tongue in a frame, can be bought for a penny and fits in a pocket. Their music is thin, reedy, personal. A boy can play one while walking, herding cows, or sitting alone on a dock. They require no formal training. Their pleasure is immediate, private, and unpretentious. They are the instruments of the people, of stolen moments and solitary moods. Their humble sounds are proof that music does not belong only to those who can afford a violin or a harpsichord. They provide a soundtrack for the inner life of the ordinary. The equipment for sports is similarly coded, a map of social standing written in wood, leather, and iron. Take the game of 9 pins or bowling. Its equipment, the wooden balls and pins, is simple enough to replicate. In the yards of taverns frequented by laborers, the balls are heavy, rough-hewn, the pins often mismatched. The game is loud, physical, open to all. But at the dedicated bowling green, the equipment is standardized, finely crafted, kept in good order. The game played there is the same in essence, but the setting and the tools transform it into a different social ritual. The sport itself migrated from an elite pastime to a popular one, but the quality of its apparatus still whispers the old class distinctions. A game like cricket tells a different story. Its very presence is an English import, its complex rules and specialized equipment the willow bat, the hard leather ball making it the province of gentlemen, merchants, and those who consciously emulate British ways. To own a cricket bat is to make a statement about one's origins or one's aspirations. It is an island of England cis in the American city, its enjoyment a performance of cultural affiliation. Somewhat alien spectacle, its rules opaque, its equipment an unnecessary luxury. Faced with such exclusivity, the common response is not envy, but inventive substitution. You do not need a cricket bat, you have a stick. You do not need a proper football of leather. A tightly wound bundle of rags with a curved end. A fishing rod is a cut sapling with a line of thread. The creativity lies in seeing the potential for play in the ordinary material of the world. A frozen horse droppings becomes a puck. A marked stone becomes a base. This is the true sporting spirit of your class, not the ownership of specialized gear, but the alchemy that transforms everyday objects into tools of competition and joy. The game is not diminished by this, it is often made more clever, more adaptable, a testament to the fact that the desire to play is stronger than the means to do so in the prescribed manner. The object itself, whether a finely turned bowl or a lump of wrapped rags, becomes a character in the drama of the game. Its imperfections and histories adding layers of meaning to the throw, the kick, the roll. In this world, entertainment is not consumed. The world does not entertain you through stories alone, or through games with rules. It reaches you first, and most deeply through the raw data of the senses. In a time before the constant, curated stimulation of screens and speakers, pleasure and distraction are born from an unmediated engagement with the physical reality of the city. You do not seek out sensory experience, you are immersed in it, and your amusement lies in learning to find the patterns, the surprises, the fleeting intensities within that endless stream. Consider the domain of taste, a realm of strict hierarchy and occasional, breathtaking transgression. Sweetness is not a daily expectation. It is an event. Sugar, that hard, crystalline treasure from distant islands worked by enslaved hands, is a luxury item. You own it in a dense, conical loaf, wrapped in blue paper, kept locked away. A sliver shaved into a holiday pudding or a cup of tea on a Sunday afternoon is a cause for comment. The burst on your tongue is astonishing, a pure, clean signal of celebration that has no parallel in the savory, salty, often monotonous daily diet. Its rarity makes it powerful. A child given a small piece of sugar candy remembers the occasion for months. The entertainment is in the concentrated shock of the flavor, and in the social ritual that surrounds its consumption, the shared looks of anticipation, the slow savoring, the discussion of its quality. It is pleasure distilled to its essence, and rationed by the ounce. Alcohol is sweetness, more democratic, more complex cousin. It is not a luxury but a staple, woven into the fabric of daily entertainment. Small beer with a midday meal is hydration. Ale in the tavern after work is society. Rum, stronger and cheaper, is oblivion. The taste is secondary to the effect. The bitter tang of hops, the smoky aftertaste of malt, the fiery burn of distilled cane, these are the familiar flavors of release. The first swallow of a cool ale on a hot day is a physical pleasure that reaches every limb. The warm glow that follows a second pint is the feeling of the day's sharp edges softening. In the tavern, taste is communal, the clinkers is a toast to shared fatigue. For good or ill, alcohol is the most reliable, most accessible sensory entertainment available. It alters the inner weather, and in a life of hard conditions, that alteration is a deeply sought minus after form of leisure. Then there is the vibrant, chaotic theater of street food. This is taste as adventure, as impulse. The call of the oyster vendor, the hiss of fat from a sausage stall, the warm, yeasty smell of a pretzel cart, these are invitations. You spend a penny, and for a moment, you participate in a purely sensory event. You stand in the street, the hot pie burning your fingers through its cloth wrapper, the rich gravy a shocking contrast to your usual bread. You suck an oyster straight from its shell, tasting the cold, briny sea. This is not a meal. It is an experience. The pleasure is in the immediacy, the dirt minus under minus the minus fingernails authenticity of it, in the way it connects you directly to the city's commercial pulse through your taste buds. It is entertainment you can consume in 3 bites, leaving only a memory of salt and heat on your tongue. If taste offers punctuated joy, hearing provides the continuous soundtrack. You live in a world without silence. The concept of a quiet room insulated from outside noise does not exist. Your entertainment, therefore, is learning to listen to the city's grand, unwilled composition. From dawn, it builds the clatter of hooves on stone, the creak of wagon wheels, the compositor of 100 separate conversations in the market, the cry of gulls, the rhythmic thud from a cooper's mallet, the distant bell from a ship in the river. This is not noise to you. It is the sound of life proceeding. You learn to pick out the threads. You recognize the specific call of the scissors minus grinder. You know the difference between the sound of a cart loaded with barrels and one loaded with hay. This auditory tapestry is a constant, free entertainment, a drama of industry and interaction that requires only your attention. A sudden break in the pattern, the cessation of the blacksmith's hammer. A scream from an alley is as jarring and compelling as a plot twist. Within this din, formal music holds the status of a rare jewel. To hear a skilled violinist play a complex melody, or a small ensemble perform in a coffee house, is to witness a temporary ordering of chaos. The music does not just add to the soundscape, it temporarily replaces it, commanding a respect that stills conversation. Its scarcity gives it immense power. A beautiful voice singing a ballad in a tavern can hush a room of drunken men. And the feeling of being lifted out of the cacophonous ordinary by a thread of ordered sound. You do not just hear it, you attend to it, with a focus that makes the experience sacred. And in this context, true silence becomes the most expensive entertainment of all. To find it, you must leave the city entirely, walking out into the fields or woods until the human clamor fades to a murmur. What remains is the sound of winged birds, your own heartbeat. This silence is not empty, it is profound, almost frightening in its totality. It is a luxury because it requires time and distance. Most terrience it is to hear the world as it was before men. A rare and restorative sensory reset that makes the return to the city's roar feel like a return to life itself. Your eyes, like your ears, are never idle. In a world without paintings on every wall, without flashing advertisements, the visual entertainment is the unfiltered pageant of humanity itself. The most absorbing show is the human face. You become an expert reader of expressions. You watch the frown of concentration on a scribe's face through a window, the animated gossip of two women at the pump, the blank exhaustion of a porter trudging under a load. And you have the time to imagine it. This people minus watching is a passive, endless drama, fueled by curiosity and empathy. A fleeting smile from a stranger, a child's look of wonder at a passing soldier, a couple's silent communication, these are tiny, poignant scenes in the daily play. Clothing is the costume design for this play. You do not just see a man, you see a wool coat faded from years of wear, its cuffs carefully patched, telling a story of careful economy. You see a merchant's wife in a dress of imported chintz, its bright flowers a declaration of wealth. You see a sailor with loose trousers and a checked shirt, a uniform of his wandering life. The street is a perpetual fashion show, but one where every garment speaks honestly of occupation, wealth, and aspiration. The entertainment is in the decoding, in understanding the social language written in fabric, cut, and cleanliness. A new hat on a neighbor is an event to be noted and discussed. And then there are the spectacles that command the collective gaze, the city's grand, unintended visual events. A fire is the most terrifying and mesmerizing. The night sky painted orange, the towering column of sparks, the silhouettes of men scrambling like ants against the terrible glow, it is a scene of awful beauty. You watch, like everyone else, drawn by a mix of horror and fascination. It is a reminder of shared vulnerability, a collective intake of breath. It sails like clouds, or the muster of the militia and the common, our civic paintings come to life. These are not staged for your amusement, but they amuse nonetheless, by virtue of their scale. Their drama, their break from the visual mundane. They are gifts to the eyes, free of charge, paid for by charge, paid for by chance, paid for by chance, or civic necessity. In a life where most of what you see is small, close, and familiar, these large scale visions are a necessary nourishment for the imagination. A proof that the world still contains things vast enough to make you stop, look up, and simply marvel. The world does not entertain you through stories alone or through games with rules. It reaches you first, and most profoundly, through the raw, unfiltered data of the senses. In this time before the manufactured stimulation of an electric age, pleasure and distraction are born from a direct, often startling, engagement with the physical truth of the city. You do not seek out sensory experience, you are perpetually immersed in it, and your amusement lies in the practiced art of finding pattern, surprise, and fleeting intensity within that constant stream. Consider the realm of taste, a landscape governed by strict economy and punctuated by extraordinary, breathtaking transgression. Sweetness is not a daily companion. It is a special event, a visitor announced by the calendar. Sugar, that hard, crystalline treasure rendered by distant sun and unimaginable labor, is a luxury item measured in careful ounces. You own it as a solid conical loaf wrapped in distinctive blue paper, stored like a jewel. A few slivers shaved into a holiday, pudding or dissolved in a rare Sunday cup of tea, is a cause for quiet ceremony. The burst on your tongue is an electric shock, a pure, clean signal of celebration that stands apart from the savory, salty, often monotonous grammar of daily sustenance. Its rarity grants it power. A child given a single piece of sugar candy will describe the moment weeks later. The entertainment resides in the concentrated shock of the flavor, social ritual of its consumption, the shared glances of anticipation, the deliberate savoring on the palate, the murmured appreciation of its quality. It is pleasure distilled to an essence and rationed out by the pennyweight. Alcohol is sweetness, more democratic, more complex relation. It is not a luxury but a staple, a thread woven deep into the fabric of daily entertainment and survival. Small beer with a midday meal is mere hydration. Ale in the tavern after work is society. Rum, stronger and cheaper, is a shortcut to numbness. The taste itself is oft unsecondary to the effect. The bitter tang of hops, the smoky aftertaste of malt, the fiery burn of distilled cane, these are the familiar. The first swallow of a cool ale on a stifling afternoon is a physical pleasure that seems to cool the blood. The warm, softening glow that follows a second pint is the feeling of the day's sharp, demanding edges being gently sanded down. In the tavern, taste is a commune, alack the clink of neighboring tankards is a toast to shared fatigue. For better or worse, alcohol is the most reliable, most accessible sensory entertainment the city offers. It alters the inner climate. And in a life of unyielding external conditions, that alteration is a deeply coveted form of leisure. Then there is the vibrant, chaotic, democratic theater of street food. This is taste as adventure, as spontaneous purchase. The rhythmic call of the oyster vendor, the glorious hiss of fat from a sizzling sausage stall, the warm, yeasty perfume of a pretzel cart is a sensory invitation shouted into the crowd. You spend a single penny, and for a brief, glorious moment, you are the sole participant in a pure sensory event. You stand right there in the thoroughfare, the hot meat pie burning your fingers through its thin cloth wrapper, the rich, greasy gravy a shocking contrast to your usual fare of bread and broth. You tip your head back and suck an oyster straight from its shell, swallowing the cold, briny essence of the distant sea. This is not a meal, it is an experience. The pleasure is in the brutal immediacy of it, the dirt minus under minus, the minus under minus, the minus fingernails authenticity, in the way it connects you directly to the city's bustling, commercial heart through your very taste buds. It is entertainment you consume in 3 frantic, delicious bites, leaving behind only a memory of salt and heat and satisfaction on your tongue. If taste offers punctuated, explosive joy, then hearing provides the continuous, unwinding soundtrack of your existence. You live in a world where true silence is a theoretical concept. The idea of a room insulated from the noise of the street, of a private auditory bubble, simply does not exist. Your oral entertainment, therefore, is the lifelong project of listening to the city's grand, accidental composition. From the first grey light, it builds the iron clatter of hooves on stone, the aching creak of laden wagon wheels, the composite roar of 100 separate negotiations in the market, the piercing cries of gulls, the deep, rhythmic thud from a cooper's mallet, the far-off, mournful bell from a ship feeling its way up the river. This is not noise to you, it is the sound of life proceeding, a symphony of industry and interaction. You learn to isolate the threads, you recognize the specific, whining song of the scissors-grinder's wheel. You know the difference between the hollow rumble of a cart loaded with barrels and the softer whisper of one filled with hay. This auditory tapestry is a constant, free entertainment, a drama that requires only your attention. A sudden, unexpected break in the pattern, the mysterious cessation of the blacksmith's hammer, a sharp scream from an alleyway is as jarring, uncompelling as a thrilling plot twist in a story. Within this magnificent din, full, intentional music holds the status of a rare and precious jewel. To hear a skilled violinist navigate a complex melody, or a small ensemble perform in the hushed confines of a coffee house, is to witness a temporary, beautiful ordering of chaos. The music does not merely add to the soundscape, it momentarily replaces it, commanding a respect that stills conversation and stills the soul. Its scarcity lends it immense power. True voice rising in a ballad can hush a room of drunken, rowdy men, their rough faces turning soft in the candlelight. The pleasure is in the complete surrender to a crafted beauty, in the feeling of being lifted bodily out of the cacophonies ordinary by a single, golden thread of ordered sound. You do not just hear it, you attend to it, with a focus so complete it renders the experience sacred. And in this context of perpetual sound, true silence reveals itself as the most expensive and delusive entertainment of all. To find it, you must deliberately leave the city behind, walking out past the last houses, past the tanneries and rope walks, into the fields or woods until the human clamor fades first to a murmur, then to a memory. What remains is the sound of wind moving through endless grass, the conversation of birds, the rustle of your own clothing, the drum of your own heartbeat in your ears. This silence is not empty, it is profound, thick, almost frightening in its totality. It is a luxury because it requires the currencies of time and distance, which most people cannot spare. To experience it is to hear the world as it was before men, a rare and restorative sensory reset that makes the eventual return to the city's roaring embrace feel like a return to life itself. Your eyes, like your ears, are never granted rest. In a world without painted images on every wall, without flashing signs to command your gaze, the primary visual entertainment is the raw, unedited pageant of humanity itself. The most absorbing, never mind-ascending show is the human face. You become, without trying, an expert reader of expressions. You watch the deep frown of concentration on a scrivener's face as you pass his window, the animated, rapid-fire gossip of two women sharing secrets at the common pump, the blank, bovine exhaustion of a porter trudging under a crushing load. Every face, from the smooth-cheeked child to the wrinkled elder, offers a story, and you have the time to imagine its chapters. This constant people-watching is a passive, infinite drama, fueled by an innate curiosity and a developing empathy. A fleeting, unexpected smile from a stranger, a child's look of naked wonder at a passing company of soldiers, a married couple's silent, entire conversation conducted through glances alone. These are tiny, poignant, deeply human scenes in the daily play performed on the city stage. Clothing is the meticulous costume design for this grand play. You do not simply see a man, you see a wool coat faded to a soft gray by years of sun and rain, its cuffs turned and carefully patched with a slightly different cloth, telling a wordless story of careful economy and prolonged use. You see a merchant's wife in a dress of imported floral chintz. Its bright, unnatural blossoms a vivid declaration of wealth and connection to the wider world. You see a sailor in loose canvas trousers and a checked shirt, a practical uniform announcing a life of wandering. The street is a perpetual, moving fashion show, but one where every garment speaks with brutal honesty about occupation, wealth, and aspiration. The entertainment is in the constant decoding, in the silent, practiced understanding of the social language written in the quality of fabric, the precision of a cut, the absence of dirt or mend. A new hat on a familiar neighbor is an event to be noted, a topic for later discussion. And then there are the grand unintended spectacles that command the collective gaze of the entire city, its most dramatic visual events. A major fire is the most terrifying and mesmerizing of all. The night sky painted a hellish, pulsating orange, the towering column of sparks rising to challenge the stars, the silhouettes of men scrambling like frantic ants against the terrible, beautiful glow. It is a scene of awful, captivating grandeur, drawn by a potent mix of horror and fascination. It is a visceral reminder of shared vulnerability, a collective, breathless intake of air. Similarly, the majestic arrival of a grand merchant ship, its sails like vast clouds blocking the sun, or the precise, colorful muster of the militia in the common, are living civic paintings. These events are not staged for your amusement, but they amuse and nonetheless, by virtue of their sheer scale, their inherent drama. Their powerful break from the visual mundane. They are gifts to the eyes free of charge, paid for by chance or civic duty. In a life where most of what you see is small, close, and familiar, these large minor stale visions are a necessary nourishment for the imagination, a profound proof that the world, even your familiar city, still contains things vast and strange enough to make you stop, look up, and for a moment, do nothing but simply marvel. Yet this rich tapestry of sensation, this daily feast for the senses, exists within a rigid frame of judgment. The pursuit of pleasure is never a simple, innocent act. It is watched, weighed, and often condemned by forces far older and sterner than the city's own government. Religion is the most persistent auditor of your amusements. The Puritan spine of the city's founding, though softened by time and commerce, has not shattered. Its voice still rises each Sunday from the pulpit, clear and uncompromising. The strict observation of the Sabbath is the most visible battlefield. To be caught in a game of 9 pins, or even traveling without cause on a Sunday, is to risk more than a fine. It is to risk more than a fine. It is to risk more than a fine. A wooden frame locking head and hands, exposed to the ridicule and thrown refuse of the community. The entertainment for the crowd is now the humiliation of the sinner, a grim theater of morality that reinforces the boundaries of acceptable behavior through spectacle. The sermons themselves are full of warnings against idleness, against the corruption of stage plays, against the dissolute life of the tavern habitué, a distraction from the serious business of salvation. The tension is constant and personal. You can feel it in the quickened step you take past the meeting house on your way to the C-horse, in the way you lower your voice when recounting a tavern tale on a Monday morning. The enjoyment of life and the saving of the soul are often presented as competing interests, and this conflict plays out quietly within the conscience of every person who seeks a moment's joy. The law and the unwritten codes of class and gender provide the secular architecture for this control. Certain entertainments are simply outlawed. Blasphemous performances, obscene publications, sometimes all theatrical productions during periods of moral panic, are banned by statute. The authorities recognize the power of collective gathering and seek to channel it into approved, often pious, directions. More subtly, but just as powerfully, class dictates the forms of acceptable play. Bloody entertainment of the cockpit is for the laborer and the sailor, not the gentleman. The genteel concert or the garden party is for the merchant and the landowner, not the apprentice. Each social stratum has its own approved amusements, and to step outside them is to invite social censure, to be marked as someone who does not know their place. Gender builds even higher walls: the tavern, the cockpit, the gambling den, the political debate. These are overwhelmingly masculine territories. A woman found there, unless she is a servant or something far worse, is a scandal. Her entertainment is prescribed to the domestic or the semi-minus public chaperon sphere: the sewing circle, the tea party, the family dance. These spaces are not free from judgment, but the rules are different, focused on reputation, modesty, and the demonstration of domestic skill. The city as geography of fun is thus a divided map, and crossing its borders carries significant social risk. Beneath these external controls lies the most potent regulator of all: the internalized pressure of a society built on scarcity and toil. The concept of excessive entertainment carries a real, tangible social cost. A man who is known to frequent the tavern too often, to gamble away his wages, is not just a sinner, he is a poor provider, a threat to the stability of his household and, by extension, a weak link in the community. In a world where survival is a collective effort, irresponsible pleasure is a form of social treason. The famous work ethic is not just about personal salvation, it is about communal survival. Therefore, the balance between necessary recreation and wasteful indulgence is a constant, conscious calculation. The pleasure of a second pint is weighed against the cost of a pair of shoes for a child. The thrill of a wager is measured against the security of the rent money. This cultivates a unique, pre-modern form of guilt. It is not the psychological guilt of failing a personal standard, but the social and moral guilt of failing in your duty to your family, your master, your community, and your God. Enjoyment of entertainment is thus rarely pure. It is often accompanied by a background hum of unease, a voice that asks if this time, this coin, this coin, this coin, this coin, this laughter, could have been better, more virtuously spent, are those that can be framed as something else: the strengthening of social bonds, the necessary restoration of strength for labor, the observance of a traditional holiday. True, unapologetic, purposeless frivolity is a luxury that feels in the marrow, dangerously close to transgression. So you learn to justify your joy, to cloak it in utility, to savor it quickly and with one ear always tuned to the footsteps of the watchman, the eyes of the neighbor, and the quieter, more relentless voice of a conscience shaped by a world that has no room for waste, in time, in money, or in moral capital. The true purpose of the laughter echoing in the tavern, the collective focus on a rolling ball, the shared silence during a ghost story, extends far beyond the moment of pleasure itself. In the hard, communal reality of 18th-century life, entertainment is not a separate category of experience. It is a vital, functioning organ within the social body, performing essential work that holds the fragile structure of community together, manages the pressures within it, and even provides subtle pathways for navigating its hierarchies. Consider first its role as a binder, a communal glue. When men lift a timber in the shipyard, their work chant does more than synchronize muscles. It synchronizes purpose. The shared breath, the unified grunt on the beat, transforms a collection of individuals into a single, powerful engine. This is identity forged in rhythm. Similarly, the songs sung in the tavern are not just melodies. They are shared emotional landscapes. A mournful ballad about a lost ship binds the listeners in a common grief for the perils of their world. A rousing drinking song binds them in a common, defiant joy. You do not just hear the song, you add your voice to it, and in that act, you affirm your membership in the group. Your individual story is submerged in the collective one. Neighborhood rivalries find their expression and safe container in sport. A bowling match between the men of Dock Street and those of Pearl Street is not merely a game. It is a proxy war, a way to channel the natural friction of close-quarter living into a structured, mostly harmless competition. The cheers for your side, the groans at a missed throw, the boasting after a victory, all of these strengthen the internal bonds of your street while defining its relationship with the next. The competition creates a story, a local history of triumph and defeat that gives a small group a shared narrative, a sense of us against them that is vital for cohesion. And in the annual festivals, the chaotic democracy of Election Day, the solemn feasting of Thanksgiving, the entire community participates in a ritual of memory. You do not just celebrate the king's birthday, you performance, and in the performance, you enact your connection to the larger political order, however you may personally feel about it. These events are bookmarks in the year, shared experiences that everyone, from the wealthiest merchant to the humblest servant, can reference. Do you remember the bonfire last evacuation day? Becomes a question that affirms a shared past, a collective memory that is the bedrock of a community's sense of itself. The entertainment is the vehicle for that memory, painting it with the vivid colors of sensation and emotion. Just as vital as entertainment's function as a release valve, a sanctioned outlet for pressures that could otherwise tear the social fabric apart. The city is a pressure cooker of unspoken resentments, economic anxiety, and rigid behavioral codes. Amusement provides the steam vent. Alcohol is the most direct and potent of these vents. In the sober light of day, a man must be respectful to his master, deferential to his betters, restrained in his emotions. But in the tavern, after a few pints, those constraints loosen. He can voice a political opinion with passion. He can sing of a personal sorrow. He can laugh opprobriously at a joke that would be inappropriate in the workshop. The alcohol is not merely an intoxicant, it is a social permission slip for a broader range of human expression. It allows for the catharsis of feelings that have no other safe outlet, preventing them from festering into something more dangerous. The annual carnival of a day like Election Day serves a similar purpose on a massive scale. It is a licensed inversion of the normal social order. The ruled become the raucous judges of their rulers. Hierarchies are temporarily blurred in the crowd. Excessive drinking, loud speech, and boisterous behavior are not just tolerated but expected. This controlled chaos is a safety mechanism. It allows the population to let off steam, to experience a feeling of power and abandon, within a framework that is ultimately temporary and contained. By noon the next day, the normal order reasserts itself, but the memory of the release makes the daily constraints more bearable. Even in the smallest interactions, humor acts as a survival strategy, a tool for diffusing tension and asserting dignity. The apprentice's practical joke on the new boy is a way of navigating a brutal hierarchy, of passing on the pain so it becomes a shared right rather than a solitary burden. The sarcastic remark shared between two laborers about a foreman is a tiny rebellion, a way to reclaim a sliver of mental space from authority. The laughter that follows is a release of the tension that authority creates. This daily low-grade humor is a psychological necessity, a way to endure powerlessness without breaking, to assert humanity in a system that often treats you as a tool. And within this tightly structured society, entertainment provides unexpected, often invisible avenues for social navigation. It is a realm where other rules can sometimes apply. A particular skill or talent can become a form of social capital that transcends one's ordinary station. A man with a magnificent singing voice, though he may be a humble cordwainer, commands respect and attention in the tavern. A woman with a gifted hand at the spinet or a genius for storytelling gains admiration and influence within her circle. These are forms of power not derived from wealth or birth, but from the ability to create joy and wonder. They offer a different kind of status, one based on merit and artistry. The spaces where entertainment happens are also spaces where social mixing, however awkward, can occur. In the public theater, different classes watch the same play. In the crowd watching a fire or a parade, shoulders touch indiscriminately. These are fleeting moments of proximity that can spark recognition, conversation, even opportunity. A clever apprentice might impress a master craftsman from another yard during a bowling match. A young woman might catch the eye of a respectable man's son during a sanctioned dance. The entertainment provides the neutral territory, the shared interest that allows these brief crossings of social boundaries to happen. Finally, taste and entertainment itself becomes a subtle but powerful class signal. The choice to attend a refined concert over a raucous bear-minus baiting, to play chess instead of dice, to discuss philosophy rather than gossip, is a performance of refinement. Aspiring individuals learn to cultivate these tastes, understanding that the ability to appreciate higher pleasures is a key to being accepted in higher circles. Your amusement announces who you are, and more importantly, in this way, the pursuit of pleasure becomes entangled with the project of social mobility, a daily rehearsal for a life you have not yet been granted. As the final embers of this exploration glow in the mind's hearth, it becomes clear that to speak of entertainment in your world is to misuse a modern word for an ancient, profound, and integral human practice. What you have witnessed and lived through is not leisure in the sense we understand it today, a compartmentalized zone of fun, separate from work and obligation. It is something more essential, more woven into the brutal and beautiful tapestry of staying alive. This is not. It is the deliberate, creative act of finding humanity within the grind of survival. It is the pause to hear a story when your body screams for sleep, because the story feeds a different part of you. It is the effort to carve a whistle for a child when your own hands are raw from labor, because the creating of joy is itself a defiance of exhaustion. It is the sharing of a single precious candle not for mending, but for talking, because connection is a kind of fuel. Every game played, every tale spun by firelight is a declaration: I am not just a vessel for work. I am a being who needs rhythm, who needs to feel part of a story larger than the day's task. The entertainment is the artistry of endurance, the method by which ordinary people, denied every modern comfort, insist on painting their lives with color, meaning, and shared warmth. So let us hold a conversation across the centuries between your world and ours. Look at us now. We have a staggering, overwhelming diversity of amusement at our fingertips, available at any hour. We have accessibility. Pleasures once reserved for kings are now in the pockets of paupers. We have safety. Our entertainments are rarely physically dangerous, and our fires are controlled behind glass screens. The scale and ease of our fun would seem to you like the wildest dream of a fairy tale. But what have we lost in this great bargain? We have lost, perhaps, the depth of the social bond forged in making our own fun. Our entertainment is often consumed in isolation, through a private screen, a transaction between an individual and a corporation. We have lost the raw, unmediated sensory participation, the feel of rough wood in a handmade game, the collective gasp of a crowd seeing a dancing bear for the first time, the taste of a sweetness so rare it marks a season. We have lost the profound creativity of necessity, the satisfaction of crafting our own diversion from the materials of our world. Our play is often prepackaged, our stories delivered whole, our music produced by strangers we will never meet. Yet the core remains unchanged, a constant hum beneath the vastly different surfaces of our lives. The human need for connection, for narrative, for a respite from the self and the daily grind, for a moment of awe, a burst of belly-laughter. This is the eternal engine. You sought it in the flicker of a teloid, yet we seek it in the glow of an LED. You found it in the rhythm of a work, chant we find it in the rhythm of a word, chant we find it in the beat of a curated playlist. But the first is the same. So tonight, as you slide your finger across a screen to summon a universe of moving images, pause for just a moment. Imagine a world where that single gesture could not bring you a story. Where to hear music, someone in the room had to make it. Where laughter required the immediate, physical presence of another person. Where fun was not a product to be bought, but a skill to be built, a space to be carved out from the relentless press of necessity. If your entertainment had to be personally manufactured from the toys of your children to the songs on your lips, how would your life change? What would you become more skilled at creating? What would you learn to appreciate more deeply? And in the quiet that follows the thought, ask yourself this final, personal question, a bridge of curiosity spanning the years of all the vivid, fragile, human amusements of that 18th-century city, the stolen Sunday game, the collective tavern ballad, the ghost story by the fire, the moonlit promenade, the taste of a once-a-year sugar treat, the sheer theater of a human face, telling its strange and distant texture. Do you think you would miss the most? The answer, whatever it may be, is a fingerprint of your own humanity, recognizing itself across time and the endless, creative, necessary struggle to play.